Welcome to Austria. Fieberbrunn is the spot for the first stop in the FWT finals. We are set up on the Wildseeloader, the legendary Freeride World Tour face. This spot has become synonymous with freeride in the Alps, in the Saalbach region. Absolutely spectacular backdrop and venue for a Freeride World Tour competition, and this one is a big one. I tell you what, the riders are primed and ready. My name is Derek Foos, this is Anna Smoothie, and we are here to bring you all the action live from Fieberbrunn, Austria. Anna, how are your feelings today?
I'm pretty stoked. We've got some sun on the face already, which is going to soften some of those conditions a little bit, which is nice for the riders. And it's a serious big mountain venue, which we've been really holding out for this season.
Yeah, the riders are so excited to get on the big face, really show us what they've got. And of course, a brand new format, 2 runs, everybody gets 2 goes. So if you make a mistake, you get to go back it up. If you put your dream run down first go, well, great, go do it again or do something different. This is our order today. Ski women are dropping first, followed by ski men, snowboard men, and snowboard women. Then everybody goes again. We have reset the running order for the second runs, so everybody knows exactly where they're dropping in both runs, which is, I think, a really nice way for the riders to go into this.
Yeah, so this 2-run format is going to bring lots of different strategies, I think, to the game today. And let's also remember that the points that they'll get at the top of the podium are worth 25% more. So if you're looking for that title championship, this is it's all to play for today.
All to play for, and lots of tight scores in the standings overall. So very exciting. Yeah, 25% more, 12,500 for a win. So really anything could happen today, and I can't wait to see who's going to be the one to really put it down on the Wildseeloader. Definitely conditions are varied through the face. So the spots that have the sun on it early are going to be nice and soft. And then over on the more lookers left, riders right side, definitely a little firmer, but more cold winter snow. So interesting strategy management from the riders' perspective.
Definitely. So depending on where your category is dropping, I think the riders will be aligning their runs to the sunshine. So on the lookers left side, we might find some more old, cold snow, but on the lookers right, it could be a corn harvest once that sun does its work.
So we have some fantastic news out of Fieberbrunn. Freeride World Tour and the Fieberbrunn general manager, Tony Niederwieser, have renewed the contract for 5 more years. We've got the bib there for Tony. He is the man around here. 5 more years of Freeride World Tour in Fieberbrunn, Austria. Fantastic news for the tour and for our gracious hosts here in the Saalbach region. Fieberbrunn has become basically synonymous with the Freeride World Tour, and it's so exciting that we're going to be here for 5 more years at least.
Yeah, that's a huge commitment from Fieberbrunn, and we put a huge thanks out to that crew for hosting us so fantastically each year.
So we're here now, but maybe let's take a little look back at what brought us here. Some of the most exciting things we've seen on the Freeride World Tour have happened right here on the Wildseeloader.
What can I say about Austria that wasn't already played in the notes of Mozart?
Going so fast, going so big and stopping it. Like it's nothing.
The Wildseeloader face, that's why we come to this place, a true part of free riding history.
It's a legendary freeride place.
This venue is unbelievable. The options are almost limitless on this
Is
face.
he gonna jump it? No way!
Before it was a World Tour stop, it was a local competition, and it was the early times of freeriding, just a bunch of crazy guys getting together.
The freeride sport wasn't really big and accepted in Austria, but then the Freeride World Tour stop came up in Fieberbrunn.
And all of a sudden it was a serious sport, with a World Championship, with a World Tour stop in Austria.
Freeride World Tour. Die weltbesten Skifahrer und Snowboarder.
And it was great because the evolution did help the freeriding a lot in Austria for a better perception in the public.
Fieberbrunn made a perfect platform for the freeride sport in Austria.
And us crazy heads was all of a sudden regarded as proper athletes.
Fieberbrunn is always very special because as a competitor up on the start, you just love to hear the crowd going crazy.
When I say Fieberbrunn, Austria, what do you think of?
Schnitzel. Wildsee-Loader. Tree skiing. Dancing with ski boards on the table.
The idea of Fieberbrunn as a not just a sportive event but also a party event dates back a long time.
Such a rich history of skiing and, of course, freeride skiing associated with this place, Fieberbrunn, Austria. Anna, you had a chance to catch up and chat with some of the locals about it.
Absolutely. So I was hearing from some of our freeride legends about the free ski culture here in Austria before the Freeride World Tour came to Fieberbrunn, and they definitely took small, tight turns down open faces, and if you opened it up and let it loose, that was frowned upon a little. So bringing freeride culture to Fieberbrunn and to Austria has really changed how skiing is done here, and I think people are having a lot of fun with it.
It's so much fun. So let's take a look specifically at what our athletes are going to do today on the face. Anna, the Wildsee-Loader, legendary.
So it is a serious big mountain venue. We've got the Eagle Cliff up on the looker's left there. Hopefully that's holding some cold old snow, but it's yet to be seen. It's a big venue. It's a long run for the riders, so they've got to really bring some strong legs today, and it's got some seriously steep sections. So from start one, moving down the ridge, there's a lot of exposure. They need to know exactly where they're going and memorize their lines perfectly. They've got lots of cliffs in the top section and then a small bench, and then we've got another serious section of cliffs down to the bottom.
Pretty much limitless options from both starts. The riders have the option of going from start one, which is right on the true summit of the Wildsee-Loader, or start two a little bit lower down the ridge, and it avoids a little bit of exposure on that long traverse if you're going over to the rider's left side. These drone shots are so cool. They give you at home a great look into the rider's eyes, what they're actually going to see when they're skiing from the top, which in so many sections is quite convex and pretty blind.
And today we're reasonably confident of our landings, but I think the riders will be looking out for a bit of sharks and inconsistencies in the takeoffs and making sure they're really steady, picking their takeoffs from each cliff.
Yeah, exactly. So we've had quite a season up till now. The rookies have really been standing out, and I think part of that has been to do with the fact that we've been on all new venues across all three stops that are untested on the Freeride World Tour. But we're back on a standard venue, and one of the rookies who's been really pushing the envelope here is Lily Bradley. We got to catch up with her and kind of see what makes her tick.
My name is Lily Bradley. I'm from Lake Tahoe, California.
Lily Bradley dropping in 3, 2, 1, dropping!
Big shifty, stomped clean.
I'm a second-generation ski bum who descends from two incredibly driven people who made it their main goal to make living life to the fullest degree their one pursuit. Just trying to squeeze the most amount of adrenaline as I can out of every day.
Oh, big pre-ollie and getting it to her feet. Let's hear it for Lily Bradley.
Just for funsies, I'd say, is my style of skiing. I go big and I really like to go fast.
Wow, well, Lily Bradley making a claim here at the start of the ski women's field. Well, Lily Bradley starting the day off with an 80.67.
They feel very weighted and important, which is nice to feel like you're at a point in your life. The culture behind it, I'd say, is probably one of the best sports communities out there. It's not just like a competitive, every man for themselves environment. It's when someone does well that day, like everyone's genuinely happy and stoked for everyone else on the team. I'd like to be able to do more tricks and be a good representative for young women. When girls think that they can do something from a young age, then the gap between men and women is just going to close faster and faster and faster. My main goal every single day is to have fun, because existing is very difficult and kind of garbage sometimes. So I think the best way to just get through life is to try and do experiences that will give you endorphins and dopamine, and just try to not take life too seriously and have a lot of fun.
Be fast.
All right, homie. Bib number 1, Lily Bradley, dropping in 3, 2, 1, dropping.
So Lily Bradley, definitely a pro at having fun out there on the snow, and also I would say with her jumping style, she really gives a good pop, which I think is going to bode really well for this venue, with some of those takeoffs being a little sharky.
Yeah, that was really cool to kind of get a bit of insight into Lily and what makes her fired up for these competitions, why she's here, and just kind of what goes into it. So many different takes on what this is in the sport and as a sport, and it's one of my favorite things about freeride is that such a broad spectrum of kind of motivations. You know, some people are here very much for the competition, some people are here to have a good time. Lily seems to be using the good time to bring her success in the competition, which I think is a great recipe for this sport.
Yeah, definitely. She's always getting herself hyped up in the start gate, popping around to music, and just if you see her ski, you can see that she's having the best time on the mountain.
Yeah, it's such a great way to look at it, and love watching her ski. So the riders had a chance yesterday. We're fairly early in our event window, so yesterday was the only day for Face Check. We had a chance to chat with them and find out what they were feeling like and how they were going into selecting their lines.
So the 2-run format means that we get multiple opportunities, and we might get some slush in the evening. The girls are going first, so we're definitely going to ski some hard-packed snow. But yeah, the face looks definitely tracked and firm, but the landings looks nice, so it's going to be fun.
Looker's ride looks pretty tempting to me. I always love kind of to see the sun, not too much in the shade. Maybe snow gets a little more different and difficult. But definitely Looker's ride looks more like my choice.
Yeah, I guess conditions is pretty summer ski-ish. I just got up here and the first look on the face, the whole Looker's right side is in the sun, so it's definitely going to be slushy there. In the shade, I don't know. I hope it's not crusty. You don't want to ski crust.
Well, we have a very special guest in the booth with us today for our ski categories. Craig Murray, dealing with a bit of an injury, but so happy to have you on board. How are you feeling about being in this spot instead of that spot?
Yeah, well, thank you very much for having me. Great to be here with you both. Yeah, it's definitely different to be looking up from the bottom today. It's unfortunate, I broke my sternum. And yeah, got checked out. They were actually a little bit concerned about my heart, which was a bit funky, but did some tests and got put on an ECG machine, which is similar to your ATMs, your ANZs, but it was all G. And so here I am, unfortunately not competing today, but really excited to see the show. I just think with what we do, you've got to be 100% before you're dropping into a face like the Wildseeloder, so I decided to sit this one out, heal up, and hopefully be back for Verbier.
Well, this has been a happy hunting ground for you before, but we're really happy to have you in the booth with us today, Craig. Very excited to get this going. Well, it is time to get this thing started. Ski Women is our first category of the day. Lily Bradley is our first skier of the category, standing up top in the start gate. This gives you a great view of the entire face so far, so good. We've got Jess Hodder sitting on top of the heap, and Lily Bradley and Olivia McNeil right now tied in second place. Hedvig, Elizabeth, and Sabile with a little bit of work to do to catch up. But Anna, as you said, we do have 25% more points on offer for this event and for Verbier Extreme. So still all to play for. Lots of room for these other women to catch up.
Absolutely. And I'm looking forward to seeing what ski women bring today. They've got a big job dropping in with the coldest, most frozen snow, but I think they are ready for the task.
Craig, do you think it makes a difference for the mindset of the athletes knowing there are more points on the table in these last two events?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think especially with it being the finals, you know, there's two events, especially here, there's two runs, which I'm really excited to see. But yeah, coming into it, I mean, if I was competing, I'd been changing up the mindset a wee bit. There's more points on the line, you know, more opportunity to shift up for the overall standing.
All right, so let's take a look at who is going to be skiing today and when they are dropping. Our start list for the day, Anna.
So we have got Lily Bradley, who is currently tied in second, as you mentioned. I think she's going to do really well on this venue here today. And Olivia McNeil, our other rookie, she's not a rookie, sorry, but she is also tied for second. And our current leader, Jessica Hodder, out of New Zealand. Are you excited to see her rip it today, Craig?
Yeah, can't wait. Jessica Hodder, fellow countrywoman and teammate, so I can't wait to see her drop in. She's been on a roll this winter and just come off some incredible filming in Canada, so I'm sure she'll be fired up.
Yeah, she's pretty excited to throw it down on the Viltseloader today. This has been, she told me she's got a little bit of a bone to pick. She's looking for some redemption after the last time she was here. Big backflip gone slightly awry on the landing. So here is our peak performance fun bet, the fan favorites. These percentages are how many of you voted to see these riders on the podium. So interesting to see 85% there, and it was kind of back to usual suspects now that we're on the big face. I think we talked about this a little bit before, Anna. We may see the more experienced riders back in the mix at the top of the pile.
Yeah, it seems our audience is favoring a little bit more experience over those rookies who have shaken up to the top of the rankings. But yeah, it's exciting to see who is going to bring the heat today on the face.
Yeah, and we haven't seen, in my opinion at least, we haven't seen the best yet of Hedvig Wessel and Elizabeth Gerritsen. Both of those riders are proven winners at the Freeride World Tour, and I think the smaller venues have been kind of shaking them up a little bit. So pretty excited to see what those two women are going to do back here on a truly big freeride face. Craig, describe the difference standing at the top of the Viltseloader to, say, T1 South at Kicking Horse.
Yeah, it's just incredible. I mean, you can see right there that cliff below the start. That's just a huge no-fall zone. So wherever you're going, you know, you've got to be making the right moves right out the gate and can't afford to lose any edges or make a mistake, because even to get to the top of your line is like really exposed. So yeah, it's definitely intimidating up there. I'm not envious of those guys and the nerves that'll be running, but yeah, I mean, just it's also cool that it's such a steep venue, because it you know, puts a lot more on the table, whereas the other venues we've had this winter might have been a little bit more freestyle-y, like you said. So I'm really excited to see what people come up with. I mean, they can go right or left, and I've talked to a couple of the girls that are thinking about biting off some pretty sizable stuff, which is really cool to see.
Yeah, and I was speaking to some of the snowboarders, and they were thinking about that start one where you do have to traverse across on top of that big exposure, and they were trying to decide whether it's worth it to get those extra points of riding well through exposure versus the risk. So it'll be interesting to see what they choose and who is starting from start 1 and start 2.
And I just can't wait to see the different strategy choices that go into this 2-run format. I mean, just talking with all the riders, everybody had a slightly different take on how they want to approach it, whether they're going to do 2 separate and completely different runs, or try to do the same thing twice, or build up, you know, if it's a maybe a slightly mellower run to just get one in the bag. Before you knew you weren't going to be able to compete, Craig, what were you looking at strategy-wise for this event?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? It's the first time we've seen a 2-run format on the Freeride World Tour. I grew up doing 2-run comps in New Zealand, just little events, and I quite like it. I think whenever I get to the bottom of a run, I just want to go back to the top and keep skiing. So I was really looking forward to it. I guess I'd probably wouldn't change my mindset too much for the first run. Still go relatively foot flat, but I'm sure if you landed it, you'd be able to ramp it up like sizably for the second. But the conditions are tough today. It's a shame these guys have been dealt perhaps another tricky hand.
Yeah, we'll see what they make of it. I mean, these are the superheroes of our sport. They are so skilled, super brave, and just, I mean, mentally, I think maybe more than anything, extremely tough. So we are ready to launch this rocket. Lily Bradley is in the start gate. She's the first woman to drop, and the only other time she's dropped first on the Freeride World Tour. She stayed first for the whole day and won her first FWT event. She's a rookie. She's 19 years old. She did 1 year on the qualifiers, basically straight out of juniors. Lily Bradley is on course in Fieberbrunn.
So she is dropping in from start one and heading down the ridge towards the Lookers left. That snow looks really firm up there, but she is popping her way down in typical Lily style.
I just love that about her skiing, always adding the little bit of flavor, just a little chili powder on every single move. Craig, how much does that play into the way the judges favor or watch these runs?
Yeah, I think anywhere you can add energy or extra style is cool, and it also helps you when you're dropping in to have fun on the first few turns.
Yeah, fun seems to be the flavor of the day for Lily Bradley. She always looks like she's having a good time out there. So way over on the Lookers left. Interesting to see that's where she's going to go. I think she was one that had maybe two options, a morning option and an afternoon option.
And it looks like she's taken favoring the old cold snow for her first run, and she maybe will move over into the sunshine for her second. But looks like the snow is moving relatively okay. It looked a little harder on the ridge, but now that she's down into this couloir, it's looking a little better.
Yeah, so Lily's skiing above a big dog there. That's a big cliff underneath her as she kind of makes her way through. Skiing over the exposure definitely gets the judges' attention, and looking like she's lining up something sizable in this middle section. Lily Bradley in the air and stomps it clean.
Oh, that was solid. Man, that's so impressive to line that up, and especially coming through that section. It's so blind. Everything looks the same where she was skiing down. She managed to find her takeoff and just point it off it.
Yeah, that was an absolutely solid air, and she did that pre-ollie pop that we know that she is capable of. Working her way down on the Lookers right of that channel gap. Is she going to jump in? Let's see.
We saw with our forerunners, Tao Krybeck and Manon Losky, the lower section of this venue at this time of the morning, the snow is tricky. There's some crust from melted snow yesterday, and you can see even Lily is going slightly slower than we're sort of used to her seeing, but really hoping that she's going to be able to keep it together, and all the athletes will in this tricky refrozen snow at the bottom.
Yeah, just pointing it out. Looks like she's had a good time despite those really challenging conditions.
Yeah, way to open it up, Lily. Good job.
How hard is it to be the first rider to drop in one of these events when the snow conditions are a little bit unknown and you just don't quite know what you're diving into?
Yeah, I mean, I've only ever done it once and I didn't like it. The light was flat and I didn't have a good time, but she didn't seem to have a problem.
I think too, and I'd like to hear your take on this, what that does to the mindset of the riders at the top when the first athlete to go has a clean, solid run. It must just be such a huge relief.
Yeah, and just quickly, look at that, like she stomped that bolts.
Yeah, that was one big air, but it was so impressive. So control technique is really jacked. Fluidity is a little bit less so. She's a very fast skier, Lily, and I think that speaks to the conditions that she didn't go her normal full speed today.
Yeah, and we may be seeing the start of a bit of a trend here in this first run. It is fairly early, so 61.67 there for Lily Bradley's first run, where riders are saving some of the big moves for when things soften up a little bit later on in the afternoon.
I think that could be a smart move, but I think we might see varying strategies between the categories, because if your category is dropping later, you might already have a corn harvest, so you can let it rip on the first run. But
very true. So it's all yet to be seen how this is going to go. We are straight back up to the top. Look at this start gate, just perched there on the summit of the Wildseeloder and ready to go. The current queen of the Freeride World Tour wearing the golden bib, Jess Hodder. She has had a smoking start to the season, actually a tough start at the very beginning, having a pretty big tumble and then coming back in the absolute most Jess Hodder way with a win. Jess Hodder on course. Let's see which way she's going to head.
So she's dropping into the big exposure from start 1 there, heading across to the looker's right. Let's see if she can make that sunny side of the face throw up some snow.
Yeah, such a strong skier. I mean, you saw her drop out the start gate there, 2 turns, and she was across all that exposure, lining up that cliff perfectly to the landing.
So clean off the Heusel Cliff for Jess Hodder, and now heading way, way out to the skier's left. There's all kinds of stuff. This has been a happy zone for you, Craig, down here. So Jess pumping off that, just adding little nuggets of line score all the way down as she looks like the snow's actually running all right over there.
And another really fast cliff. You can see she's really trying to hold it together over that really bumpy heavy debris and mixed up snow, but she's got another air under her belt as she moves further over to the right of the Brennick area.
Yeah, she's doing so well. Oh, that was a nice turn right there, but I think the snow looked pretty rough on that side, if I have to disagree with you, Derek.
No, I agree. I think that's the side that's had the most sun on it, and this early it's not quite softened up yet. But Jess handling it like the pro she is, and now coming again down this skier's left side of the channel, getting herself into this zone. Lily, we saw definitely having some issues with the snow. Jess, she's making the snow move, and she's definitely making a case here that it is pretty skiable.
She's lining up a little air into the channel gap and ripping her way out. Just hold it together all over those bumpy tracks there.
And so far, as we've come to expect from this ski women's field, 2 runs, 2 clean runs, and some great skiing. So far so good on the ski women. I think that's a great way to open things up for Jess for the 2 run. You know, she's got basically a couple of solid airs in there. The Heusel Cliff at the top was perfect. I think she couldn't have done that better. And you know, now she's going to have the opportunity to reset her head and maybe go back up when it's softer. And as you said, out on that skier's left side, Craig, it'll hopefully be a little nicer to ski after.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this first feature snow looked fine, and then I think as she came over here, it was a bit rough, but like you say, it's going to be softening up. She's hit those features now. Maybe she can come back, put a grab or a trick in. I'm sure she wants to.
Yeah, look at her legs bouncing around as she just tries to get some direction there. Skis all over the place, but handling it, absolutely handling it. And this was a nice take on that lower section, finding a little feature to get out of that bottom piece, and the judges love that, right? Line score, super important in this sport, and she was just adding pieces all the way down. She didn't really have an empty section.
88.67 is putting her into first place. Holy.
Wow, well, the judges absolutely love that. You can see on the graphic there, we've got run 1 and run 2. Only your best run will count. So that means instead of a combined score, you just try to better the one you did on the first run if you can, and that's going to be the one that counts. So Jess Hodder in the golden bib and taking over the hot seat, so really putting herself in a strong position at the start of this event.
And she looks pretty gassed. I think it's really tough work out there on the face, that snow.
Straight back up to the top, the young Canadian out of Whistler, Olivia McNeil. She competed a little bit last season and then suffered an injury and came back swinging from that injury with a win at the first stop of the Freeride World Tour in Baqueira Barret in Spain, and now she is ready to get things started. This is her very first time on the Wildseeloader, so we'll see where experience is going to pay off for Jess Hodder. For Olivia, a brand new experience.
Well, Olivia knows how to go really big, and there are some seriously big features on this face, so I feel like she's going to line up something monstrous for us.
Yeah, we'll see if she plays the wait for the soft snow for the big airs game, or if she's just going to get right into it off the bat. Definitely looking okay up here, but there is some firm snow below, as we saw from Jess.
So potentially trying to find a different entrance of the Heusel Cliff.
Cutting back across. Oh, nice. Looking to get off this one. Perfect. That was a cool creative line using those spines there. Let's see where she goes. Yeah, choosing to go the other side there. Jess went. hopefully the snow's a bit softer.
It looks like it. You're not seeing her legs and skis bouncing around quite so much as we saw with Jess in that real sun-affected area. So she's got something below her as she comes off, kind of biting it off as a slight double. A little back seat there, landing on the tails. So that looked like a bit of a tricky lip there for Olivia, kind of throwing her back, but she did handle it. Strong legs, making it work out there in these tricky snow conditions.
She looks like she's lining up that channel gap as well. Maybe the features over to the lookers left of it.
Yeah, all these little bushes and rolls have provided a great area for some freestyle. Olivia jumping into the channel, getting sat down up on the other wall bucked. Unfortunately, not able to get her skis back into the fall line, and you run out of real estate real quick there with that other wall.
Yeah, that's such a shame. I think that central little shoot out the end is it's so playful and creative, but it's so easy to get tripped up as well.
And Craig, tell me, there's a lot of awkward transitions within that channel.
Yeah.
I think it's somewhere we see lots of riders getting caught up. Have you checked out lots of the tricky spots in there?
I haven't had a good look at it today, but I've talked to a couple of people that are looking to get in there, which I'm excited to see. But yeah, I've been in there once before my first year competing here, and I got through it all right, but it was a bit funky for sure. And I actually crashed at the bottom.
Nice.
But yeah, that was a shame for Olivia. What a run.
But we've got 2 runs today, so I'm excited to see what she is dialing in for us next. She mentioned to me that her first run was going to be somewhat of a scoping run as well. She was going to be checking out her second line and seeing if it was on or not. So I wonder if we're going to see her move a little bit more over to the looker's left side.
So you can see there on the judges' bars a significant control issue there. Control in the red. Line fluidity down a little bit as she did to slow down for some of those upper ones, and then this worked out. And you could see her just get pushed a little bit backseat. So this is, I think you guys are bang on. This is one of those things where a rider like that is going to take all that knowledge and head back up to the top and put down something that she's going to be proud of. 42.67 for Olivia McNeil. If you are just joining us, we are live from the Wildsee-Loader in Fieberbrunn, Austria. Anna Smoothie and myself have a very special guest in the booth, Craig Murray. Unfortunately, too injured to ski, but not too injured to hang out with us in the commentary booth.
That's right.
Pleasure to have you on board, Craig, as we make our way through the ski women's field. We've got 3 down and 3 to go. So smaller field here is going to allow this 2-run format, and we are back up. This is going to be our first rider out of start number 2, as looks like she's just getting herself together. Elizabeth Gerritsen is going to need to put her skis on before she drops in, so hopefully she'll take care of that.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a few moments before she graces us with an incredible run from start 2. Elizabeth's amongst some of the ski women that have been talking about a lot of the bigger features on this space, and arriving to see a little bit of a low tide situation was a bit disappointing, because I think in years to come we're going to see them taking off some of the biggest features on the Wildsee-Loader face.
Yeah, and I mean, this whole female ski category is capable, you know, and I'm excited to see what they come up with in run 1 and 2. But yeah, I mean, even in this snow conditions, I think they're really pushing it, and it's amazing to see. I'm definitely not envious of being up there and in their position, like strapping in, committing to some of these lines that they're skiing.
And seriously heavy conditions. And in the time that you've been on tour, Craig, there's been like crazy progression in the women's ski category.
Oh, it's incredible. Yeah, I love watching it. It's like my favorite category to watch, because they're always pushing it, they're always raising the bar. Yeah, it's so cool to see, and they're all incredible people as well. It's not just the skiing, it's the full personalities.
Well, Elizabeth Gerritsen, the reigning freeride world tour champion. She's a 2-time champion on the Bec des Roses in Verbier, at the Extreme Verbier, and she is sitting uncharacteristically, I'd say, in 5th overall. But we saw her come from way down the rankings last year with a big win in Verbier to take the title. So Elizabeth Gerritsen starting her campaign off on the Wildsee-Loader.
So she's airing off the wind lip there. She's taking some speed and aggression down into the Housel Cliff.
Holy.
That was a solid
I think she did like 3 turns, that whole top section. It's hard to tell how steep that is, but I can tell you she was flying down there, straight into the cliff.
Absolutely pumping off the Heusel Cliff. Now, we saw Jess Hodder basically show us that the snow conditions are pretty tricky here, but Elizabeth putting it right into the fall line. This turn, absolutely critical. This is where the snow is not soft. It melted yesterday and has not had a chance to thaw yet, but Elizabeth making short work of it. I mean, technique is one of the main, the 5 categories that the judges are looking at, and if your technique is not on point in this snow, you're going to see the wheels come off real quick, and Elizabeth absolutely managing it, no problem. Just pinned right now.
Some seriously solid ski technique there from Elizabeth. And she's going further over to the right side of the venue.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this is going to play for her, because this was the part that had the most sun effect. Elizabeth now just putting it into the fall line. She has let it go from way up. Absolutely pinned out the bottom. So making short work of the Viltiloder there. High speed from top to bottom.
Yeah, that's insane. Just watching her straight line out the bottom there just shows how comfortable she is at speed. And I mean, we saw it again on that cliff at the top, like you were saying about the progression. Just for her to drop in and do that first run in these conditions, it's just incredible. Like for it to be, yeah, her cable to just stomp it straight up. It's so sick.
It'll be interesting to see from the judges' perspective on a line score stand what that's going to look like, because we definitely saw Jess make at least one more feature below where Elizabeth started straight lining from. So we'll see what the judges do with that. Well, there you have it on at least the video judges' mind. The line score a little bit lower, but man, did she ever fly through that top section. That is definitely going to play in her favor. And then, yeah, Elizabeth just looks like maybe got a little caught up, and then you have a choice that you have to make in about 100th of a second. Throw it sideways and risk falling, or just put it in the fall line and commit to the run out. And she definitely did that, and I think in that instance that was a good choice.
Yeah, I think she's really pinned it out the bottom there, and I wonder if she's going to take a strategy to... She's sliding into second place there with 71 points.
Yeah, dude, if you ski the top, like the Heusel Cliff, that whole upper section was so sick. So fast.
Well, Jess Hodder liked it. She really enjoyed it. That's one of my favorite parts about this, is just the camaraderie and the respect the riders have for each other. But we go straight back up, flying through the athletes here. Sibylle Blanchon, rider out of Verbier, Switzerland. She managed to lock herself into her final spot with a great run at Kicking Horse, and now she is here for the final 2 events. Sibylle Blanchon, another rookie on the tour. The rookies definitely making a strong case for themselves on the Freeride World Tour this year, and Sibylle is kicking things off from start 1.
Heading over above the huge exposure there and finding her way into the sunny side of the face. So it seems like a lot of the crew are heading down for the Heusel Cliff.
Yeah, it was cool the way that Jess just opened up that top section, like you were talking about, Derek. Watching people go in front of you is so cool and so motivating for everyone up there. So I'm sure these girls have been fired up after watching Jess.
Solid landing there from Sibylle. And it's awesome to see the ski woman, first category, really tough conditions, but just bringing the heat, not holding back in this sketchy snow.
So Sibylle focusing on keeping the weight over the downhill ski there, finding another feature, and then we've seen this turn. That's a lot of work, and you know the legs are starting to burn as the lactic acid builds up and you're having to push so hard just to stay in control. The snow's tricky, but Sibylle, another rider, just making it look, I don't want to say easy because it's not looking easy, but certainly handling it with it's basically just such a deep bag of ski skills. This is where you really got to lean on that technique, and it's the only thing that's going to get you through. So now Sibylle down in the sunny side, pretty refrozen over there. We saw Elizabeth get a little, well, whether it was caught up or she meant to do the straight line, but we haven't really seen any of the athletes get into a feature here. Maybe Sibylle lining up over top of something. What do you think the snow's like over there, Craig?
Yeah, it's an interesting one because it looks like it changes halfway down. Like that turn that she had. Oh, nice. Adding another feature there and stomping it clean, making that fast traverse over to the finish. But yeah, going back to the snow, you can see the nice 2 turns she had there, but then above that, it was rough, and below that it was rough where we saw Elizabeth choose the straight line. So I think we'll hopefully see that soften so it's a bit more consistent for them. But yeah, it's definitely a bit changeable.
Yeah, I would say if I would sum it up in one word, it would be non-homogeneous. And I think at some point of today, the sunshine is going to do its work and we'll see a little bit more consistency in that area. So I think that some of these ski women may train their second run and do a similar line and just ski it harder in better conditions.
Yeah, I think that will be a wise choice for them if conditions improve, and then they can just go back up and light it up, which I'm really excited to see. Love, as you said, Craig, love watching this field. The snow is tough, but they are going for it. So Aaron's style, fluidity, and line slightly lower, control and technique maxing there for Sabile. And I think we're also going to see the judges start to warm up to some of these things as the conditions change. We're going to see those numbers start to climb. Although definitely they threw a big number at Jess Hodder straight off the bat, and certainly a well-earned big score for Jess. So we'll see what the numbers look like for Sabile Blangeon, the young rookie out of Verbier. Looking like that looker's right side, getting a lot of play so far. Lily Bradley, the only one opting to go far skier's right. And interesting to see the different takes on this face today. I mean, there's just so many options.
The first sun section, but not the second one.
Yeah. It was awful in there. Yeah, girl.
66.3, so moving Sabile Blangeon into third place. Once again, we have 2 runs, and only the best score will count. So the riders are going to get another opportunity to improve on that. Craig, we saw, they're hugging, they're chatting. Love to see the camaraderie from these athletes.
Yeah, especially in the women's field. I feel like they're such a tight group of riders, and yeah, they're always pushing each other, encouraging each other, and having the best time out there. So it's so cool to see, and I love coming into the finish and getting that hug as well.
Well, speaking of pushing, Hedvig Wessel has been pushing the sport forward on the freestyle side of things with huge backflips all across the world off gigantic cliffs. We haven't seen one out of her yet this year, which for Hedvig has been unusual. She just hasn't found the spot, the feature that she loves, that she wants to do it off. But she's capable of getting it done without a backflip. Her skiing kind of stands on its own, even minus that freestyle aspect.
And what I really like about Hedvig is that she had actually planned backflip in some previous runs, but the lip wasn't up to it, so she made a split-second decision and made a different choice in her line.
Smart skiing from Hedvig Wessel, heading over into the Heuselcliff zone again. Craig, this area is seeing a lot of play. It kind of seems like the go-to move at the moment, but a slightly different take on the takeoff from Hedvig.
Yeah, with the slough, straight, that was bolts as well. Man, these girls have some strong legs, that's for sure.
Yeah, making these tricky conditions look easy. Hedvig is riffing it with another air there.
Yeah, so a blistering start for Hedvig Wessel right through the Heusel and flying over that lower section. Now in the middle, just kind of making her way. This is an opportunity to show the judges your skiing, your nice technique. As we've kind of got, it's not a dead space, but it's. Does this count as a bit of a break for the riders, or are you just kind of focused on the lower section?
It is a break for sure.
Do you catch up on the news mid-run?
Yeah, just check in with stuff back in Aotearoa. But there she's just hitting another cliff. Nice transition on that one and cutting across. Let's see if she bites off anything else. It just looks quite rough again with those snow conditions down the bottom.
Yeah, we saw our forerunners in here this morning, and definitely their take on it was be careful in there. You need to go a little bit slower because it's rattly. And you could see that jump that's kind of played heavily in a lot of the freestyle influenced or featured runs. Looked like the takeoff was a little bit kinked, quite a steep kick on it. So Hedvig again opting not to flip that, which I think was a really good choice when you watch the way her legs got pushed by that takeoff.
Yeah, but again, now she's hit it once, she might come back, run 2, know the takeoff, and be able to get upside down. But yeah, that middle section of the run, like you were talking about, it's the kind of a weird flat spot, and you can kind of recover the legs a little bit, but you're also just aiming for what's in front of you and trying to get there as fast as possible. So it seems like a bit of a breather. You definitely do a couple breaths and then maybe just get back into it.
So love the way that Hedvig took on the Heuselcliff there, and you can see the judges did too. Control absolutely jacked, and then This section, she took that perfectly, got her skis lined up into the fall line and was able to just fly off it, absolutely bolts, as said. And then the bottom section, I feel like at least right now with the snow the way it is, it's just kind of a get through it situation at the moment.
I'm just didn't go. No? I mean, maybe, but I didn't have enough speed. Yeah.
Yeah, you can hear her say she didn't have enough speed there. I think that might have been a scoping line for Hedvig Vessel.
Yeah. When you hear the backflip queen say the backflip doesn't go, that's that's a good indication the backflip doesn't go. So Hedvig putting herself into third there, 68.67. So that's it for the ski women's category. In and out, 6 of them, and they are all done. So everybody's going to reset their heads, reset their minds, reset their bodies, and go again as we leave the first run of the ski women's category. Jess Hodder sitting on the top of the heap where she has become very used to sitting. So that's where we stand after 1.
So we'll be waiting with bated breath for the second run from ski women to see whether they take a fresh new line or train the line that they've already skied and just rip it a new one.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's going to be interesting to see. I'm sure like people like Hedvig were looking for more there, and she didn't put a finger out of place. Like a perfect run in my opinion. So I'm excited to see the second run. I was talking to Elizabeth last night, and I know she's looking at some different things as well. So we'll see how we go.
And we can see a little bit of the high cloud coming in.
All right, on to the next category, ski men. We've got 12 of them, a couple of wild cards. We have a couple men out. Craig Murray, yourself, unfortunately not able to compete today, and Max Palm not going to be joining us today as he rehabs and gets himself right. Anna, you said high cloud coming in, maybe going to change the snow conditions again.
Yeah, I mean, we are all counting on Big Yellow softening up the snow to make it a bit of a beach day, but it might not come true.
So Maxime Chablot holding down that golden bib with 20,000 points. If you're not familiar with our point structure, that means 2 wins, 2 of 3 counting so far. And then as we move forward, that number will go up. Max Palm in second overall. He's not here. A. Paul in that third spot. But 25% more points on the table for these last 2 finals events. So it's still very much all to play for. And even though Maxime has a pretty solid lead, anything can happen as we move into these 2 finals events. And ski men, as always, is going to be fireworks. If you're just joining us, we've got Craig Murray in the booth with Anna Smoothie and myself, Derek Foos. We are just about to drop into run number 1 of ski men on the Wildsee-Loader in Fieberbrunn, Austria. I think we're about a minute away. This is the order the athletes are going to drop in. Jamessa Hampton going first. Jess, your homie.
Yeah, the Flying Fijian opening it up for the ski men. Excited to see what he comes up with. We were talking some lines last night. We've got a good Kiwi support crew here in Fieberbrunn, so that's awesome. His girlfriend's just arrived as well. So yeah, it's going to be an exciting day. They've got 2 runs, so I'm sure we're going to see some creative stuff.
Now I'm looking forward to seeing our wildcard Max Hitzig out of Montafon, who has just been on a wildcard roller coaster over the last 3 weeks, getting wildcarded into some qualifier events and then winning these and ending up here.
Yeah, unreal. Basically, he's put himself in a spot where he has qualified for the Freeride World Tour next year, which is just incredible. Now, here is what you guys think. 69% of you think Maxime Chablot will end up on the podium. 65% Christopher Turdell, and 42% of you on Ross Tester. So a couple of returning athletes and a rookie in there on the Peak Performance Fun Bet. Really interesting to see. Experience definitely paying off so far on the Wildsee-Loader. And Christopher Turdell, for sure, he is hard to bet against on this venue.
Absolutely. I think he's got the highest number of wins in our whole field today, so I'm looking forward to that. But I'm also looking forward to our first competitor, Jamessa Hampton. He told me he was after a beach day today, so he might be off to the sunny side.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be going skiers left, unless he's had a big change of heart, but he'll be chasing the sun for sure, and maybe the coconuts too.
So we are seeing things start to milk out a little bit, a layer of high cloud. It was forecast, looks like it's going to be in and out, so hopefully not going to affect the softening of our snow conditions too much. Jamessa Hampton is the first man in the start gate, just waiting for optimal conditions to send Jamessa and get run number 1 of the ski men's field. Pretty exciting. We have, as we said, we've got Craig, yourself and Max Palm are out, but we've added 2 wild cards in Max Hitzig and Finn Billis, younger brother of Freeride World Tour standout Hank Billis, another good friend of yours, Craig. Pretty exciting to see. I mean, it's pretty rare to see somebody go straight from the Olympics to the Freeride World Tour, and he said it's just been an absolute roller coaster for him.
Yeah, that's right. Finn Billis is he's an incredible skier. You know, he's got such talent in both freeride and freestyle, but yeah, he's primarily a freestyle competitor, obviously just coming from slopestyle and big air in the Beijing Winter Olympics, and yeah, we're fortunate to have him dropping in with us today and excited to see what he comes up with. Yeah, he's very, very capable on freeride terrain.
And his older brother Hank told me that the big motivator for Finn joining us here in freeride was that he was really looking to wear some slimmer fitting apparel, and the baggy freestyle outfits just weren't doing it for him.
Yeah, I think he's not a fan of the tall tees and drop crotches as much as he used to be.
Indeed, but I think his family will all be tuning in from Wanaka or Colic Bay.
All right, so we have a slight hold as we wait for light. We're going to check in with Max Palm and see what went into his decision to pull the plug on his season and get himself healthy again.
I'm currently in Austria at the Red Bull Rehab Center doing some rehab for my body. As you may know, I won't compete in the next 2 comps, Fieberbrunn and Verbier, because I've been dealing with injuries all winter, and yeah, can't push it anymore, need to listen to my body and think about my futures. I wish you all the best and good luck to all the riders.
We have it. These athletes have got to make smart decisions, look after their bodies. Craig, you know this all too well. So you had a heavy backslap while filming last week, was it?
Yeah, it's sad to see Max out as well, and really respect his decision, and ended up being a similar decision I made to miss the comp today. Yeah, I've unfortunately got an injury and a broken sternum, so yeah, unfortunately sitting it out, but it's cool to be in the commentary booth with you, Anna and Derek, and watching the friends come down from a different perspective is always cool.
Yeah, well, we are thrilled to have you here and have your insights. So I've had a look from the top, but I've never skied this face, so it's awesome to have someone who's got all the insights into the features and some successful and not so successful runs up there. You know the highs and lows.
Yeah, I've got a bit of history with Fieberbrunn, to be honest.
Tell us about it.
I think I've been coming here since I was 17 every year, so that's 5 years now, and I competed as a junior here. I competed on my first year on the World Tour here, where I did a pretty sweet run and then crashed skiing to the finish line. And then I competed the next winter, where I flew off a massive transfer and clipped some rocks and ended up breaking my calcaneus. And then came back the winter after that and gave myself a bleeding nose in the start gate, and ended up coming down with a run that I just trusted myself to hold, and managed to walk away with the win that day. And then obviously today not able to compete, but it's cool to at least just have a different experience on today and see the comp from a different perspective.
So Craig, from a mental perspective, when you come back to a venue that you've had an injury on, that was a big crash that you had in 2019 here, and then coming back from that, you're standing in the start gate, and that was your last memory of this face. What's that like? How do you kind of get through that?
Yeah, that was super tough. I remember being more scared than I usually would be at the top, because it was right above where I did it as well. So I had to overcome all of that kind of mental trauma and then go forth with my run, which was also a pretty gnarly run, above exposure and a lot of risk. So it was really hard to push through that, but yeah, you just got to focus on what you're doing in that moment and really try and channel that energy not worry about, you know, any past or future stuff, and just focus on the present. And, you know, all the competitors are really good at that. After competing for years, you get accustomed to getting in that zone and just channeling that focus.
Do you have any tips or techniques to like anchor you and bring you back to the present moment, or how do you do it?
Breathing can be quite helpful, I think. Just focusing on the breath, and then yeah, trying to not listen to the chopper that's just buzzing in you in the face.
Yeah, so many elements up there trying to pull your focus away from what you're doing. It's incredible the way you guys are able to just pull it in and kind of get in the moment and then perform in that moment when you've got all of those fears just swirling around in your head. And you're in just physically a really scary place. I mean, this start gate is one of the rowdiest ones. It just drops off the back and, of course, drops off the front as well onto the venue right out of the gate. It's immediately pretty gnarly. So, yeah, exciting stuff there and really impressive, the mental side of this sport.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing some of the more experienced riders throw down. I was up on the ridge, and there was a real variation between how the riders were feeling up there. Some of them were hugely intimidated, and often it was those who haven't skied this race before. So our current leader in ski men, Maxime Chablot, has had a really successful season so far, but has kind of really played to the more freestyle venues. And he was up on the ridge feeling pretty nervous about the exposure and the steepness of the terrain, the big features and things like this. So I'll be watching with bated breath to see how he goes on this face today.
Yeah.
So, sorry, Craig, just a reminder to everyone at home right now, we are just waiting for better light conditions. We're on a slight hold. We have not started the ski men's category yet. Jamessa Hampton will be the first man out of the gate, but we are on hold currently, just waiting for this bit of high cloud to pass and get conditions moving back into a direction where hopefully they get a little softer. We just wanted to have a quick chat about one of our wild cards, Max Hitzig, a young Austrian. We're going to take a look at his season so far. It's been an absolutely incredible ride, basically from not competing to being on the Freeride World Tour in a couple of weeks.
So this is Max's run in Nonda. He was able to get wildcarded into this event due to some pretty unlikely series of events, and he put down an absolute ripper of a run and took the win there and qualified himself through into the Jasna FWQ final 4-star event and took out second place there. So this has meant that he's actually secured his spot for FWT 2023, and he was on his way back home to Austria, and we just thought we'd wildcard him into this event as well. His skiing was just absolutely flawless, a huge run, really complete line, free ride elements, freestyle elements. It was amazing to watch, and so great to see this guy who's gone from not really competing at all to getting a wild card in Montafon 3 weeks ago, and then getting into the Nonda comp, winning it, and then making his way here to the World Tour in 3 weeks.
All right, well, we have our current leader in the ski women's category. Jess Hodder is down in the finish area. Jess, how are you feeling right now sitting in the hot seat after run number 1?
Pretty stoked, lucky to be alive.
It looked like some pretty hard and fast conditions out there, Jess. How did you hold it all together? What was the snow like?
It was definitely at the top a little bit kind of crusty, and then as soon as you get onto the stuff that's refrozen, it was like proper Ruapehu ice. So, proper Ruapehu ice.
Yeah, it was a respectable way you held it through there. I just couldn't believe how strong you dropped in from the top and then straight across to the Hosel Cliff and just pinned it off that. How did it feel dropping in there and just doing a couple turns and straight off?
It actually wasn't too bad. I don't know. I kind of don't really remember that bit, but I'm just really happy I skied away from that.
Well, we're stoked to have seen you put down an amazing run, and it definitely looked like some hard and fast Ruapehu conditions. Do you think growing up on a volcano gave you a little bit of an advantage here today?
Definitely. I definitely think it helped. It was there was definitely a couple moments where I got to my next gear and I'd been trying to slow down the whole time until I got there. So, yeah, it was spicy.
Okay, Jess, from a strategy standpoint, going back up for your second run, are you back onto the same line, clean it up, try and improve it, or are you going to something completely different, or do you not want to give it away yet?
I'm going back to the same run. I was hoping to. There's like a windlip that Craig actually flat 3'd off 2 years ago when he won, and it was super sick. So I really want to try and 3 that, but the in run was super icy, so I didn't really have like the grip to be able to get that round, so I didn't do it. But if it softens up, hopefully go for that maybe. But don't quote me on that. Don't hold me to that.
Yeah, nice. So we are just checking out your run. Can you see that as well?
Yep.
Talk us through what you are thinking as you are skiing that run.
What was that, sorry?
Talk us through your thoughts as you're moving through the run, if you can remember.
At that point, I was definitely, like, at that point, as I dropped in there, I was like, here we go. Yeah, spotted where I was taking off. And just on the rocks. I definitely need to hit that faster next time.
Yeah, it's always...
I had a surprising amount of grip slowing down there, and here I was like, nah, probably don't have the 3 on that. Yeah, this is where things got really icy. So, hit that, and then this whole area here, I'm trying to slow down, as you can probably tell.
Yeah, it looks super rough through there from the windlet. I could tell with that windlet that you might have been looking for something more, but it was a good call, I think, to just take it straight, and then yeah, it looks like you were just working speed the whole way, and then you got that really nice turn. It was actually cool to see you get over to that nice snow before getting on to the rest of your run.
Thanks, man. Yeah, just before that turn, actually, I don't think I was going to be able to turn. There was some like Abbey debris that was refrozen, and I was trying not to hit that. If I tried to like turn my skis too much to slow down, if I clipped one of those, I was probably going down. So I tried to just traverse kind of through there. And then this area was interesting, kind of weird snow. Could have hit this a lot faster because I landed on the bush right there. But yeah, I actually changed up the whole bottom part of my run at the top. So
you're far too critical of yourself, Jess. You're far too critical of yourself.
That was really well done. Awesome to see you in the middle of a run, lining up a 3 and realizing that it's not going to go, and just making a quick pivot and holding it together really well. That's thinking on your feet and great execution.
All right, well, thank you, Jessica Hodder, sitting in the hot seat right now after run number 1, but it is all still to play for in the ski women's field. If you're just joining us, we are joined in the booth by Craig Murray, Anna Smoothie, and myself holding it down. We're on hold at the moment, waiting for better light conditions. We got a bit of high cloud. Jess Hodder is in first place after run number 1 in the ski women's field, and we're just waiting on the ski men.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad.
So I think a good call, kind of putting it on hold for the moment. Craig, on this one especially, with how convex it is at the top and how blind it is, how important is light conditions just from the athlete perspective? I mean, they're up there basically in a fog bank.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, I'd rather have bad conditions and good light than good conditions and bad light. And they've got both right now. So let's just hope that sun comes back. I think we really need it, and it's really cool that they've put it on hold because, yeah, it's not good for the mindset if you're up there knowing you've got to drop in and the light's fading.
Yeah, we've got Julian Jamesa-Hampton dropping in first, and he had ordered a beach day. So I think we need to make the athletes feel at home, and we can't, in our right minds, let the Flying Fijian down there without some sunshine.
That's right. I think he just wants to get some sand between the toes.
Work on his beach curls.
Yeah, put some sunscreen on. He actually put on 2 layers already this morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's quite a pale Fijian, isn't he?
Yeah. But yeah, the top, I can't see the top of the venue anymore, unfortunately.
Yeah, they've disappeared from view.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're just getting news from the organizing committee that we are going to go on hold here in Fieberbrunn. So we're going to put the broadcast on hold. This is a great time to go get yourself a pint, go to the bathroom before you buckle yourself in for the ski men's field. We're going to be coming back at 9 o'clock, so tune back in. Broadcast is going on hold while we wait for light conditions to improve, for the sun to come back out. We have a little bank of high cloud looking to clear it out. So join us back here at 9 o'clock local time, where we will get things going again in the ski men's field. Fieberbrunn, Austria. It is stop number 4 of the Freeride World Tour, and we'll see you back at 9 o'clock. Welcome back, Freeride family. Wildsee-Loder is the location. Fieberbrunn, Austria, stop number 4 on the Freeride World Tour 2022. We are back live, and we're just about to kick off the ski men run number 1. Anna, run us through who's dropping.
So our Kiwi countryman Jamessa Hampton is kicking things off. We've got the current world leader, Maxime Chablot, coming in 5th position, and we've got a wild card also from New Zealand, Finn Billis.
Yeah, we've got a very special guest with Anna and I in the booth today. Craig Murray joining us. Craig, this is your category. Now I know you're sitting on an injury right now, but is it? How are you feeling about being down here rather than up there? Is it bittersweet or just bitter?
Yeah, a little bit of mixed feelings. I'd say it's bittersweet. I definitely think it's sweet that I haven't been waiting up there in the cloud for the last hour, especially dropping first like Jamessa. Here we go. I think he's going to go ski his left here over to the Heusel Cliff.
So Jamessa Hampton, the first man in the ski men's field, getting his pole caught up on the bamboo there, and starting his run off and starting the ski men off with a bang, as we always see hot action from Jamessa.
So heading over to the looker's left, we'll see if the snow has frozen up a little, but he seems to be making quick work of it as he comes down to the Heusel Cliff. Solid air there, perfect landing. He's taking a lot of speed out into the looker's right side of the face.
Yeah, Jamessa getting the pedal down immediately as he comes into this jump. Nice 360. So we saw Jess Hodder considering that one. Jamessa showing us now that it totally goes. So this is your boy, Craig. Did you do some line scoping with Jamessa?
Yeah, we talked through this, and looks like the snow is still a bit firmer than we were hoping, but yeah, I'm sure he'll be just scoping this, hoping for run 2 to open it up a little bit. But yeah, definitely he's making a bit more of an impact on the snow than we saw the female category, so that's a good sign.
So you think Big Yellow has been doing some work on the snow despite hiding behind some clouds. Jamessa trying to find the last few airs to build up his line score over on the lookers right there.
Yeah, a little tree shoot there. It's pretty steezy. Oh, no way.
And he has come down.
No
it looks
way.
like maybe he hit a piece of ice.
Hopefully he's okay. It looked like he just snagged and got thrown over the bars there.
Yeah, if you look at his track there, it gets all of a sudden really deep. The track goes deep, and then he just got absolutely flipped. I hope he's all right. That was a very sudden stop, and I think the snow grabbed his legs. He's moving, but he's not gotten up yet. So hopefully we're going to see. He's waving his hands. So good sign there for Jamessa, but really unfortunate to go down. We did talk about the possibility of the snow conditions at the bottom, and Tao Krybeck, our forerunner, said it was really rough on that low section. So unfortunate to not even on a feature, just going down due to that variable snow.
Tough start for Jamessa, kicking things off with ski men. So looks like he's trying to gather himself there. His snow's a little bit lodged.
Oh man, that really hurts to see that. Gutted for him. But yeah, we'll have a ski dude come down, pick up his poles, it looks like, and then he'll make his way down to the finish. And
the organization has got doctors, ski dudes, patrollers securing the face, so there's always people on hand ready to support. But looks like Jamessa's getting himself up independently. Might be missing a pole. And he's got a...
Yeah, looking like he's putting a hand on that right knee. This is that kind of snow over there is definitely risky business on the knees and lower limbs there. So hopefully Jamessa's all right, just a bit rattled and probably pretty disappointed after a really strong run. You know, he put the hammer down. He was going really fast and then just coming unstuck in that weird changeable snow. You can see that deep, almost like a bomb hole where the crust just gave out, and all of a sudden when your tips are under and the snow is that hard. Let's see if we can get a quick analysis here.
yeah, so here's his replay. This was the crash here.
As we see the replay.
Oh. Yeah, definitely a tomahawk there, and you can see a little twist. So
oh, that last one right there as he stopped. The ski just bending his leg around,
Yeah.
so hopefully he's going to be all right.
He's an incredibly strong man. I think he's got some of the strongest legs I've ever seen. Incredible shocks on him too. I saw him go off the Halsell Cliff just at the top there, and it looked like he didn't even move when he landed. So let's hope that it was just a little twist and he'll be good for the rest of the season in Verbier.
Yeah, and hopefully run number 2 as well. We'll see. He's definitely favoring that right leg. So best of luck to Jamesa. I'm sure we'll get down and he'll do a self-assessment and see where he's at if he's going to be able to do run number 2. That's a heartbreaker after such a good run to see the snow conditions just take a man down like that. So you called it, Anna, variable, non-homogeneous snow taking its first victim in Jamesa Hampton, the first man out of the gate and going down hard there on the run out.
See if he's got any words for us at the finish there.
Yeah. Luckily he'll get some medical attention, make sure he's okay. Jess is there to give him a hug. Always feels good.
Tough day at the office.
Tough day at the office, Jamesa, but I'm sure it's better than being at the desk.
All right, so that's going to be a throwaway run for Jamesa. Hopefully he's going to have the ability to go back up and repeat without the fall at the end, because the rest of the run was absolutely solid, and you could see the judging bars matching that. So all good minus control, and obviously a fall is the ultimate loss of control, but we roll back on. We had a slight delay there as we waited for that fog bank, but things are cleared off right now, and the man in 5th overall, Carl Regner Eriksson, the Swede. We're going to see if the Eagle's in play. It seems like the Swedes are always drawn to the Eagle. It looks absolutely massive this year. So immediately Carl looking like he's moving out to the skier's left. So maybe the Eagle's not on even for the Swedes.
Yeah, that's saying something. And Carl's got a lot of experience on this face, so I'm looking forward to seeing what he puts together for us today. 360 there, looking ultimately in control and launching off the Halsell Cliff at pace.
At pace, that was huge. It was awesome to see him just line that up, that cross-court 360, and then a couple turns into the flat 3.
Oh, well, Carl now and flying off that one. So he's putting a stamp on the first run here on the Viltseloder. That 360 at the top, so high risk, and then right off the top ropes of the Halsell Cliff. Unreal for Carl as he comes out here into the same zone. A big roller air. So Carl now he just needs to hold it together through this rough snow.
Man, that was super impressive. He's been down there in a flash.
Definitely the fastest run we've seen all day, and stoked to see him navigate that really tricky snow at the bottom successfully.
Yeah, I think he's pretty pumped.
Yeah, Carl is one of the riders who has sort of, I'd say, the most complete skill set when it comes to combining, as well as yourself, Craig, when it comes to combining solid ski technique and a deep bag of freestyle moves, and that just showed the blend of those two things absolutely perfectly. Carl Regner feeling pretty good at the bottom of that run.
Yeah.
For sure. And just how comfortable he is doing that in that exposure, and you know, those steeps. Here you go, you've got that 360. It's so hard to tell how steep that is, but look how much speed he picks up so quickly, and then he's straight off that cliff. Perfect landing, can't floor that, and then into this flat 3 over here, which I think, he went to the left there, which is probably the harder way to go actually.
Really impressive stuff from Carl Regner Eriksson.
And just floating that roller, I love to see that when there's just a slight change in pitch, and if you pop at the exact right spot, reconnecting with the transition down low. Great run for Carl. So he's definitely the run that everyone at the top was probably looking for after having our hearts broken by Jamesa's run. That was a great way to go. So 89 points for Carl. 2 men in, and we are already closing in on the 90s there. Absolutely spectacular run.
Yeah, and I'm sure watching that from the top, the rest of the riders will be pretty fired up, ready to send it.
Yeah, they're They're going to be stoked. It's so good that when somebody does something like that and the vibe just goes electric at the top, everyone's like, okay, we are ready and it's on. So it just takes somebody to show everyone else that it's firing. And then, well, we see fireworks. So straight back up to the top of the Wildseeloader in Fieberbrunn, we have our wild card, the Austrian Lokdog, Max Hitzig. He is dropping in. He got his way from wild card in a 4-star to all of a sudden he's on the tour here and kicking things off, going way over into the left side.
Taking that really tech entrance and launching there with a massive 3, stomps it.
That was impressive. Big right 3 there. Just completely like bolts landing. I'm not sure how he did that. It looked pretty flat. And then we've got another right 3 down on top of this next cliff. Let's see what he's got. Looks like another lip here, potential backy.
Beautiful stuff there. Perfect landing, and he's taking some pace out into the face there.
Well, Max Hitzig just bringing the freestyle elements into the big mountain in such a perfect blend. And this is absolutely on brand for the way we've seen him skiing on the FWQ this year. And seamless transition into the FWT for run number 1 for this young man. He has secured his spot on the tour for next year, wildcarded into this event as a single event wildcard. Big cross court there, so Max filling up his run with features from top to bottom. A spectacular debut for the young wildcard.
Yeah, he just doesn't seem to fall, does he? He doesn't seem to backslap, doesn't seem to fall over. He's just, the confidence for him to come in, first run on the World Tour and throw down that run. 2 big right 360s, 1 backflip, and then 2 more hits out the bottom. It was pretty impressive.
Looking like a cool, calm competitor out there, which is so impressive, seeing as he's not really got a lot of competition experience under his belt so far. He really only started competing 3 weeks ago. He's had an incredible journey, and he's really blowing us away here in the commentary booth.
Well, Craig, you said it. He never looks even at risk of falling. You watch him set the flip, you watch him set those 3s, and there's not even a blip of like, maybe that's not going to work. You can tell by the way he comes out of the rotations on both axes that it's right to his feet. And I love this feature at the top.
Yeah, it's such a creative lineup there. I think I've only seen that tried a few times before. And that back is super impressive.
It's looking so relaxed in incredibly challenging conditions. And look at the video judge's score there. He's got all categories pretty jacked.
Video judge loving it. Have a feeling the rest of the judging panel's also going to love it. 93.33 for the Austrian wildcard. Well, what a way to kick off a Freeride World Tour career with a score in the mid-90s, first run ever. Unreal. So we are really seeing this young man come into his own. And as you said, Anna, he's been competing at Freeride for 3 weeks.
Yeah, he actually dabbled in competition on the junior tour and just found it a little bit too stressful. So then he was just a sole skier, and now it appears a comp skier.
Well, he's certainly found the blend there to get himself to perform. Abel Moga, young Spanish rookie, burst onto the scene on the podium at his home event in Bakira Barrett, and now kicking things off. Abel getting into the NAR. He studies under the wing of Aymar Navarro. I have a feeling we're going to see something Navarro-esque here from Abel.
Yeah, he's pretty at home in hard conditions and just heading straight into a serious section of exposure in the Eagle Cliff here.
Holy, let's see, line it up, Abel, straight off. Oh no!
Taking a tumble.
He didn't quite make the landing.
And coming to a stop there.
Yeah, he's up and moving. That's awesome. I think he just luckily hit the bushes on the left side there. You can see behind him, ski coming down.
Giving us a wave. I think he's pretty good there. Just a bit frustrated. But I'm looking forward to seeing that replay. Maybe that snow in the Eagle Cliff where we haven't seen anyone go yet could be a little bit punchy. It's not seen the sun. I think it could be pretty loose, dry.
Yeah, I think he was a touch short too. I think he came up a little short and maybe even clipped his tails on the end of the rock and just got bucked forward. And as soon as you lose your balance, all right, well, Craig, walk us through your analysis of this.
So this is such an impressive line. I mean, he's committed from 50 meters up the ridge and then all the way down here. That cliff itself is just so huge, and yeah, he just came up short in my opinion there. And then you can see how steep it is by how he's just getting, like, how fast he's moving head over heels downhill. He's a very strong man, tough guy, really good spirits, and I'm sure he'll just be gutted with the crash, but it's great to see that he's not injured, and his ski looks to be in a tricky situation there.
There are times when being a ski ninja all of a sudden becomes a pretty scary job, and I think this is one of those that somebody's going to have to go into that cliff band to retrieve that thing.
I would not like to have that job today. But stoked to see that he's okay, and it looks like they're making a plan to get that ski back.
Yeah, strategizing the uphill line score, not just a downhill thing, a line selection. So Abel Moga absolutely throwing it down, the first man into the eagle. There's been a lot of chit-chat at the face check of whether or not it was on. That's a tough one. It's a tough one because Abel went off there fast. I mean, he didn't hesitate. He didn't really check his speed at all, and he still came up short. So in your opinion, Craig, would you say that's on? Like, can somebody make that distance?
I think Christopher Turdell could probably make it happen if anyone could, and he's still to come. So we might see him in there, and, you know, fingers crossed he cleans it. But I think just the line itself is so gnarly. Like I said, as soon as you drop off the ridge, it's blind, you're rolling into it, and you're committing from way before you reach the cliff. You're committing. You have to get your turns exactly right, make sure the slough's not going to catch you. You've got to hit that mini air and then get your trajectory set up perfectly. There you can see the eagle, the two wings, and then the body with the mini cliff on the tail there. And it's just such a committing line, and I think, you know, if he was to stick that, that'd be, you know, the move of the day. And hopefully we do see someone else go in there, and I'm not sure if they'd be able to see what Abel did from the top, but I know Christopher knows how to ski that line. It's pretty big this year, but I definitely don't doubt him.
All right, well, while Abel gets himself cleaned up, we head back up to the top. The man in the golden bib, he is a rookie, but he's been skiing like a veteran this year. Maxime Chablot looking to cement his spot. He's one of the only ones, him and Erica Vikander are the only ones who, with a win here, could potentially secure the world title. And Maxime Chablot going way out to the looker's left, I apologize.
So working his way down the ridge, Maxime has been spinning and flipping off more playful features, but I think he's looking to line up some more big mountain gnar here with a big backy, which he takes a tumble in the landing there.
Luckily, the fall line funneling him away from the rocks there. That's a lucky break. Looks like he's all right. So Maxime Chablot going into that zone we saw pioneered by George Rodney and then nearly perfected by Marcus Eder, and it's become kind of a mainstay on that side. It definitely sees a lot of play. I wonder if that was snow conditions, Craig, or do you think he maybe just went a touch too far?
I would say it'd almost be snow conditions and then touch under rotate, but he was so close. He put it to his feet. I thought he stomped it, to be honest with you, and then he just got snagged as he was. Here we go. Here's the replay. So you can see what he had to jump through to get to the takeoff there. See that? That's pretty technical, and then just lays it out perfectly. Brings it around, just not quite round enough for the snow conditions that there are today.
Yeah, slowed his feet right down, and then he was over the bars, unfortunately, and then just coming to a stop there, and you can see he was kind of just doing that self-assessment, like, am I okay? Got to be so dizzy after so many tomahawks.
Absolutely, but he's walking up to get his gear. He's had a real yard sale out there on the face, so that would be a strong indication that he is of sound body.
So talk about the mental reset with a two-run format to go back up to the top after you just got absolutely rocked like that.
Yeah, I mean, mental reset after any big yardie is probably going to be hard work, but I mean, he looks fine, and I'm sure he'll brush that off and just focus in on the second run. Same with the bow, as long as his equipment's fine. I mean, these guys are pretty fierce competitors. They're pretty strong when it comes to, you know, doing what you got to do. So.
And with this two-run format, would you actually bring additional gear, like a second set of skis?
I actually think I saw Max seem bring a second set of skis today. I'm not sure if it was for conditions or a second run, but probably a wise decision, actually.
Yeah, I saw that too and was like, huh, look at this guy. He's a smart competitor.
He's a couple steps ahead of the pack. Yeah. No, that's a good point, Anna. I think that would be a good move, and especially if you're pushing it and you can break a binding pretty easily, you know, or land on a rock and blow your edge out. It'd be pretty handy to have another set of skis there.
So looking up at the face here, we've still got 2 competitors collecting their gear. We've got a real discount on skis, poles, goggles, you name it. We've got a sale going on today on the Fieberbrunn Wildsloader face.
So Abel is actually just making his way into the finish now, so that's good. We're clear of one yard sale has closed its doors for the day, and Maxime's still just waiting, and then we've got the Ski Ninjas on the face. So we're, as you said earlier, Anna, and just as a reminder of the safety precautions we have on the face, a bunch of ski runners, ninjas as they're called, who are basically there to retrieve equipment if athletes lose it, and then doctors, guides, and ski patrollers strategically located all over. I mean, Craig, you were the recipient of it, and I remember when you hit that rock a few years ago, the first responder was was to you within seconds.
Yeah, it's amazing. There's people and doctors all over the face. They're tucked away, you can't see them, but they're standing underneath rocks that are safe zones, and then they can ski right to people even as they're crashing. Before they finish falling, they can be there. So it's pretty incredible to have that support network there, and then obviously we've got the rescue helicopters parked up down the bottom.
Well, we're heading back up to start number 2 for our second wild card in the ski men's field today. Finn Billis, he is an Olympian this year. We've seen him really make his bones in the freestyle world, but he's not a freeride rookie. He has competed at freeride before and done really well. So super excited to see Finn drop in on this face. Of course, the younger brother of Hank. Hank, if you're out there, we miss you, and can't wait to see you again wherever we see you. Craig, you and Hank came up as juniors together. Always a pleasure, but really stoked to see Finn do his thing on the face here.
Yeah, one love to Hank. There's a little slash for him. I think Hank hit that same windlet. There's a nose butter to the right, coming in above the Heusel Cliff. Just 2 turns is all he needs. Straight off that, styling it out. It's cool. Finn's got such a deep bag of freestyle tricks, so much freeride experience, and just such a unique style. So I'm excited to see this.
Floating another 3 there, and he's just looking so relaxed in these tricky conditions.
Yeah, and a right 3 as well. Spinning it downside like that is so hard on a side hill jump. So really showing that his skill. Oh, just leaning over and getting caught up in that weird snow. Unfortunate there for Finn Billis. You can see him starting to tip, and as soon as the weight's off the downhill ski in this kind of snow, you're definitely putting your balance at risk.
Let's see what he's got for us here. I think he's lining up a little creative transfer. Hopefully he can make it happen. Snow's really tough there, but popping out of the half pipe, cutting back over. Yeah, that was a real shame to see. I mean, you can just tell how hard the snow is, and yeah, and Finn will be looking for run 2 for sure. But that was looking solid.
It was looking good, and then this kind of snow, it just punishes those small lapses in technique immediately. You know, you really can't get away with anything especially on that section where the snow is just so tricky. So Finn Billis, this is one of those times where this 2-run format is. It just makes me so happy to know that we're going to get to see Finn go back up and clean that up, because certainly looking really exciting. That nose butter over the exposure at the top and then straight into the Heusel Cliff. That was like the beginning of what we were kind of hoping to see from Finn.
Just the confidence to do that right there. Look, little tap, little press, and then straight into the Heusel. That's so steep. Again, cork 3 to the right, landing, and then he comes down here. I think he just quickly introduces himself to this pad there, and then he's straight off, and a sizable shifty off this one.
Just so much style. It's so nice to see that here on the Freeride World Tour, to bring in these wildcards with that freestyle capability.
Great mustache too. So let's see what he comes in with, a 65.33. Put a 0 on it, I reckon. But But yeah, he'll be looking for run number 2 there, and I'm sure he'll, now that he's hit those features up there, we might see something even more creative.
Yeah, for sure, as the snow also softens up. Definitely exciting to see what's going to happen for Finn Bilous run number 2, but we go back up. Ross Tester, a former junior world champ last year in the battle for the overall freeride world title with Christopher Turdell, ending up 2nd overall in his rookie year, which is an extremely impressive feat. And he has he had a bit of a rough start and then turned things around, standing on the podium, and now Ross Tester on course here in Fieberbrunn.
Dropping in from start 2 to the Housel Cliff again. Massive 3. And a bit of a sketchy landing there, but he holds it together and brings some pace out towards this wind lip.
I can't believe he just threw that. It's crazy. And there's another, similar to we saw Finn Bilous with the down the pipe, right 360. And then we go, flat 3. To the left, I think that one was.
Yeah, so Ross Tester bringing what Ross Tester brings every time, a magic blend there of freestyle and big mountain, big features. I can't remember seeing many people, if any, spinning off that Heusel Cliff and landing kind of right in everybody else's bomb hole. Oh, and Ross just getting stuck in the tube. Unfortunately, that tube took out Olivia McNeil. Now it's taken out Ross Tester. I think it's a lot more concave than people think. It's really curved.
Yeah, that is such a shame to see. Quick little race tuck to get down to the bottom. But that shoot there is really claiming some people. I think the conditions are rough, like you say. The angles aren't quite working. Looking at it straight on here from inspection, I think you maybe see differently than what it skis like.
Yeah, it's a different snow year this year, and obviously the face is closed for the weeks before the competition, so you can't get right inside that tube to check out the transitions.
Yeah, but Ross's run, that was one of the most impressive things I've seen today. Just, he's such a strong skier. To like put that trick right there is insane. And then obviously backing it up with that and then the right 3 above that, it just shows the skill this guy has, and natural talent is insane. And then that's just such a shame. I can't believe it, really.
Neither could he.
Bit of a rip-off, really, wasn't it? Such a scorcher of a run.
Yeah.
Well, once again, 2 runs here are going to give us another look at Ross Tester and give him another chance to do it. And maybe in softer snow, it'll be a little bit easier. We're seeing the landing on that Heusel Cliff starting to get a little bit beat up. You know, he landed even a little longer than most of the bomb holes, but you can see it's kind of forming a trench in the part of the cliff that sags a little bit, which has been most people's takeoff. And although he and Finn didn't take off there, it still kind of drew him into that same landing. So it'll be interesting by the time we get to run number 2 to see how hammered that gets. So still a 72.33 for Ross Tester, even with that big control issue. So a testament to how strong that run was.
For sure, and we're more than halfway through the men's field, and we've had a bunch of crashes. So I think that takes a bit of pressure off the judges, because we've already got 93 points from our hot seat competitor, Max Hitzig, and I guess it gives him a little more room to move.
Yeah, you can see sitting there, Max on top with a 93, Kyle Rickner Eriksson 89, Ross Tester rounding out the top 3, but unlikely that's going to hold with the strength of the field that we've got, including this man, former Freeride World Tour champion in 2017, back from knee surgery, had a brand new ACL installed last April, and more and more as we go through the season, he's starting to look like full Leo Slemmet, which is great for him and a scary proposition for everyone else in the field.
A force to be reckoned with indeed, and that knee is looking solid as he makes his way across that exposure. It's a little 360 there.
And there we have him, obviously with his experience, he's putting it to a different landing on the Heusel Cliff there. Very smart move, very strong rider.
Another 3 as he's lining up his next features. And the snow's looking good. I think the sun is doing its work, and he's got 2 massive features linked together there and taking some pace out into the face.
Yeah, Leo turned that into a really nice double. We've seen that in the past. Not always work out for some riders, but Leo managing to find transition as he now comes into the skier's right side of this channel gap, making a nice little air through there. Leo now coming into this jump section. Is he going to find a way to flip?
Holds it together with some
Oh,
pretty
wow.
dicey landings there.
That was, yeah, that just shows his kind of ability to make it work.
Hats off to his knee surgeon.
Oh, that was incredible, and you know how flat that is. I remember watching Evelina Nielsen mess up a flip and tumble off that thing, and it's dead flat underneath, and Leo just taking it, using up all his suspension, but managing to hold it together and stomp that. So a pretty good opening salvo there from Leo Slemmet to kick off his 2-run campaign here in Fieberbrunn. Probably feeling like he got away with one a little bit there.
Yeah, we'll see what the judges make of those last 2 landings. They're a little bit backseat, but he managed to hold it together and take some real pace into the finish.
Yeah, but he was not wasting any time through here. Look at that, we had a new takeoff and landing, actually similar to Carl Regner Eriksson. And then we've got him coming through here. Control is a bit down on the judging criteria, while the video judge. And that was obviously that back slap there. And then he managed to stomp that one coming out the finish. But the backflip, unfortunately, landed a bit backseat on. So that'll be why that control one's down there.
Yeah, just a little over-rotated. But, man, what a recovery. I mean, this man is a cat. He was able to keep his skis in the fall line, not panic, and stand back up before flying off that next cliff. And we know exactly what that can do. To 83.33 for Leo Slemmet. So moving himself into 3rd place with that run. Now, you see there's a spot left for run number 2. Only the best score is going to count. So right now, Max Hitzig, the young wildcard, holding on to the hot seat with a score in the mid-90s. But Leo, pretty good score with a backslap in there. I'm impressed to see those big numbers drop for Leo Slemmet.
So on our start list, we've got Craig Murray next, but he's actually next to us in the booth here. So we will roll on to the 3rd in the ranking rider, Andrew Pollard.
Yes, the Alta, Utah native, Andrew Pollard, taking the torch from Drew Katapke as one of the smoothest skiers on the Freeride World Tour. And he is going straight into the fall line with his foot on the gas. Andrew flying out of the gate.
There we go, same 360 we've seen from Carl and Leo. Same takeoff
Going
and
huge
perfect landing.
there.
I think that's such a smart way to hit that Häuselcliff. You can see there's such a nice connection. The flight path kind of puts you right into the sweet spot of the landing. And a nice big 3, that's the biggest one we've seen off that feature. Andrew Pollard making short work of the Viltiloader here today.
Just floating off that one as well. I love watching him ski. He seems to just program in his hits and then his skis go straight between them on the way down. It's incredible.
And he's just able to find transition. You know, I think he talks about it. That's what skiing at Alta is. It's finding transitions everywhere. And as he kind of describes just getting into with the flow of the mountain. And he does it everywhere we go. And today was no exception. Deadly smooth run there for Apol.
Yeah, I think he'll be pretty hyped on that one. It looked like a hell good time. Giving the judges a little splaffy at the bottom.
Yeah, always enjoyable to watch Apol come down. He always has a different take on stuff. Sees angles that other riders might not see and tends to find speed that other riders can't find, so he can make some creative stuff work. So here we go. This is back up to the top. That's that 360 we've seen from a few riders. And then just again linking it with 2 turns and straight off. And then this is that big 360 we saw. And then pinning it straight through a little hole there and finding another cliff.
Yeah, cross court here, and you can see he just finds that little rollover. It's probably not even a ski length long, but it's the steepest part on a not so steep landing. And by taking it at an angle and the speed he did, he just nailed the transition. So 79.33 for Apol. So it's putting him into 4th place so far. Great run for the Alta, Utah native. Well, We roll on here at the Freeride World Tour. Fieberbrunn Austria, the host. If you're just joining us, we're about, well, almost the whole way through the ski men's field. Anna Smoothie, myself, Derek Foos, joined in the booth by Craig Murray. He's had quite a relationship with this face, and we're very honored to have him in the booth. Unfortunate not to be able to watch you ski, but really enjoying your take on this. Straight back up, Christopher Turdell, the reigning world champion. He was at grave risk of missing the cut before kicking horse, and then just came back swinging, put himself right back in the mix, and well, I feel like we're going to see something fantastic out of Christopher Turdell, as we always do.
One of the most experienced competitors on this face with the most wins, so I think he's lining up a serious run for us today. And coming in above the Halsell Cliff, going absolutely ginormous and ripping out to the looker's right side of the face.
Yeah, so this line and this interpretation of the face is definitely seeing a lot of play so far in the ski men's field. That is the cat-like ability of Christopher Turdell, able to get a turn off after the 3, but then it didn't quite go right there, Craig.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. It might have been like the changeable snow, but he managed to hold it together. Oh my God, quick backy, ain't no issue. I was not expecting that, but that was just perfectly done. Seamless from Christopher.
Always the king of execution.
Launching that one.
Oh, and almost losing a ski in the crust there. It pushed behind him a little bit, but he was able to just stand on the other foot and correct. So Christopher Turdell with some very impressive moments and then a few heart-stopping moments in that run. Wow, well, Christopher Turdell definitely making a case for himself, and that one to me looks like one that he can go clean up and just take a few of those little issues out, and we're definitely going to have a challenge to the podium for Christopher. Just the look on his face, he knows he got away with it twice up there.
Yeah, it's so impressive to see. We'll see it on the replay here, but
Amazing run, man.
I love watching him ski because you get this incredible technique mixed with big cliffs, really clean landings, and then here's this little, I think that was just like a snow thing really, but he managed to hold it together, and then obviously he's got some freestyle moves as well, which is really sick.
I think he got a little bit redirected above that takeoff, and any lesser skier would have been taken down by that, but he held it together.
And he went so far off that, and then you could see that's right in the same area where Jamesa got taken out.
Yeah.
The crust starting to mess with him, and he's pushing forward, almost going over the bars, but managing to hold it together as Christopher Turdell does. We rarely see him break form, so you know that things are getting wild out there when Christopher Turdell is getting tossed around. So the judges definitely have their work cut out for them. 93.33 for the young Austrian wildcard, Max Hitzig. This place is going to erupt if he wins. The local kid wildcarded into the event, wildcarded into the queues, and then just dominating there. Now wildcarded onto the tour and sitting on a pretty strong score. So yeah, he's loving it. I think it must feel surreal for him to have rolled in. He only found out the day before yesterday that he was going to be able to do this.
I'm sure he woke up this morning and was just not entirely sure what was going on.
Yeah, I talked to him last night and we had dinner actually, and it was pretty funny. He was just saying it's been the craziest 2 weeks of his life. Just
No
kind
doubt.
of thing happening one after the other, and yeah, it's cool to see. It's so impressive, I think, having gone from not much competition experience to obviously dominating on the qualifiers and now the World Tour. Is a lot of respect.
Big respect to Max Hitzig.
So the judges' scores coming in for Christopher Turdell, 81.33. That puts him into 4th position. Definitely going to be looking to do a similar version without the issues, and then I think Christopher Turdell will be right in the conversation at this pointy end of the stick in the ski men's category. We only have one man left. The view's absolutely spectacular here at the summit of the Wildseeloder in Fieberbrunn, Austria. Jack Nichols riding out of Vail, Colorado. He is a slayer, this guy, and he's so excited to be here. He unfortunately breaking up the sibling pair, him and Kevin Nichols, traveling together, hanging out together. All the siblings that were on the tour together this year have been broken up. One is in the finals and the other is not. So Jack Nichols looking to get things kicked off. Looks like it's a little tricky getting out there to the left.
It's definitely a spicy start up there at start 1, but he's making his way down the ridge and finding his entrance deep into the Nahr.
It's hard to explain how exposed that is there, but these guys are just pinning it across. And then, yeah, here he comes. One of the fastest we've seen hit that and clearing all the bomb holes.
Yeah,
Super
and
sick to see.
taking it as a double there. So as you said, the speed so necessary. Jack Nicholls just pumping off there, left side 3 and into this kind of side hill zone. This was so icy before, but it looks like it's skiing kind of nicely now.
Yeah, it's definitely softened a bit. It's cool to see. Here we go. Big flat 3. No, just over rotating there, going to his hip. Seems to be okay.
The way Jack does those flat spins, it's a little bit more Lincoln loopy than backflip or whack flip style that we see from other riders, and really tricky to control the rotation once it's in play. Oh, and Jack just getting absolutely rocked off that upper nugget jump. Oh man, that was a tough one to watch. It just looked like it threw his feet out from under him.
I do think this second bench is not to be underestimated. I think it's holding some of the funkiest snow on the whole face.
Yeah, it looks like he's hanging the airbag out the back there. A little spoiler. But yeah, it's a shame. It's never fun to crash again on your way down.
So it looks like he's going to make his way gently down to the finish and get himself jacked up for run 2.
Airbag flapping in the wind for Jack Nicholls. This is another great testament to the 2-run format. He's going to have a chance to clean that up in softer snow and hopefully make it stick from top to bottom, because we know Jack Nicholls certainly has the skill to get it done on the Wildsee-Loader. Dipping his toes in there, yeah, just a little bit of an over rotation on the side flip flat spin. So a bummer for young Jack Nicholls, but
I love the angle he took on this top ear here, just doubling it much straighter than we've seen. And just, yeah, perfectly landed. And then this is where, unfortunately, the Lincoln went slightly over-rotated and couldn't hold on to it. But it's definitely softening up there, you can see. So that's good news for second run.
And what do you think about that takeoff there, Craig? Is it just a bit did he punch through as he took off?
Yeah, it looks like the snow just changes on the takeoff and it grabbed him.
Yeah, it looked like almost he got tripped.
Yeah.
So that's a throwaway score for Jack Nicholls, and that is going to conclude the first run of the ski men's category. We have bright blue skies here in Fieberbrunn, Austria. We are stop number 4 on the 2022 Freeride World Tour and the first stop of the Freeride World Tour Finals. Points up 25%. All right, so this is where we sit after run number 1. The young Austrian wildcard coming out swinging, Anna.
Outrageous form from Max Hitzig. I'm sure his family are all here cheering him on. We've also got Carl Regnier Eriksson, who can definitely back it up with run 2. I think I'm excited to see what they put together in the next run.
All right, well, that is going to wrap up the ski men's category, and it's going to wrap up our time with Craig Murray. Craig, it's been an absolute pleasure having you in the booth with us. Thank you so much for joining us. Really looking forward to seeing you back on skis on the other end of this show. But yeah, great having you chat with us and getting your insight into these riders.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to be here. Yeah, and I hope to be back in Verbier, but until then, we'll see you soon.
See you there.
All our skiers are complete. Now we are moving into snowboarding on the Wildseeloder. Things are softening up, and it looks like it's going to be moving towards prime snowboard conditions here in Austria. The first ones on the face are going to be the snowboard men.
I've been speaking to some of the snowboard men as we're on Weatherhold, and they were really thankful to be starting a little bit later, dropping into to this face on one edge. You really want to have a softer snow that you can rely on to hold an edge, so I think they were pretty stoked to be starting a bit later in the pack.
All right, so looking at the overall situation right now, Camille Armand with a commanding lead, and then the rest of the riders, Blake Moller, Michael Mann, kind of all gathered close together. So definitely potential for a big shakeup in the rankings, but you know, you still got to get it done out there. Our first man on the slope going to be the man who kind of burst into the finals with a great run at Kicking Horse.
Yeah, absolutely. Saved his bacon, got his way into the FWT finals, and we also have another wild card in this category, Vernie Stock out of Meyerhofen.
Yeah, I'm really, really looking forward to seeing Vernie ride this face. Had a good chat with him yesterday, and he's so excited. He was just frothing to be a part of this, and so I think to me, he has kind of those Gigi Roof vibes, just positive, always smiling, and then you watch him on his board, and wow, fireworks. Peak Performance Fun Bet, well, we lost the graphic there, but a lot of you feeling good about Blake Moller there. High percentage as well for Cody Bramwell.
And Camille Armand, our current leader. We've got Michael Mann up in the start gate, just gathering his nerves there. I'm looking forward to seeing how he rides this face.
Yeah, pretty exciting to see as the sun has its way with the face now. Things starting to get a little bit softer and starting to lend themselves a bit more happily to snowboarding than when we had that refreezy, crusty business early this morning, especially for the ski women.
Yeah, no one likes that refrozen snow. So today we are kicking things off with Ludo Guillaudiat over in Start 2. He has ridden this face a few times before. He's got real big mountain prowess under his belt, so I'm looking forward to seeing how he interprets the face.
Look at that start, man. Ludo Guillaudiat, he's going to be rolling out of there immediately, just trying to deal with those rocks right out of the start gate, and then he'll put himself directly above the Heusel Cliff. So we'll see what his interpretation on this face is. Ludo, pretty stoked to be in the finals. He backed himself at Kicking Horse and got it done. So just straight over the rocks now. Ludo Guillaudiat is on course, the first snowboarder here in Fieberbrunn 2022.
And he's finding some soft enough snow to pull his surf turn as he lines up the Heusel Cliff. Finding his takeoff and stomping the landing and cruising out to the look is right.
Oh, that was so well done there by Ludo, and then moving on his heel side edge all the way across. You can see this would be so tricky. 360 there for Ludo, so adding that freestyle element, the judges loving that. Moving on the heel side edge over that rough snow, so tricky. So board control absolutely critical for Ludo, throwing down the double there.
Yeah, linking them together nicely, and now he's taking some real pace over towards the looker's left side of the face. He's passed over the channel gap, and it looks like he's trying to find some big features much further over to the left. So traversing, you've got to make the judges feel like that traverse is worth it. So he's got to find some features here.
Well, he is. He's going across here with some pace and catching this one at the side angle. And Ludo keeping it pointed in the fall line. So far, so good. As you said, fluidity definitely can be docked if you go all the way across the face. But if you go over there and get something, and Ludo certainly is getting something as he had a nice air on the way into setting this thing up. Boom, Ludo stomping it, and now he just needs to make his way through. He's absolutely flying across this section. What a great way for the snowboard men's field to start. That was a very, very strong claim for, well, we'll see where it, obviously he's going to be first at first, but a really strong start there for Ludo Guillaudiat.
And I think that's going to be a big confidence boost for the rest of the snowboarders in the field. They've seen a little bit from the top there, so they would have seen the snow shifting in his first couple of turns, and they will be feeling a little more confident.
Yeah, Ludo opening up 2 features that we haven't seen hit by anyone today over on that skier's right side. The snow there doesn't see the sun nearly as much, so it hasn't gone through that melt freeze cycle that the snow on the other side of the face. Look at that snowball trying to chase him off the Häuselcliff.
Yeah, he really took his time to find the right takeoff and just a perfect landing before riding that hillside over into this 360.
Yeah, the front side 3 there, and then coming all the way across for this lower feature, and such a strong, clean landing. You can see hands out for balance and hands up for Stoke at the bottom, as Ludo using every inch of the real estate on this face. You can see that long traverse, and Anna, as you said, the judges, they want to see if you're going to do a traverse like that, they want to see you get something, and he certainly did. So now just anxiously waiting. Always tricky for the judges to reset into a new category, and then when you see a banger run like that straight out of the gate to set the bar, knowing that you have a whole host of really strong riders at the top and anything could still happen.
78 points, sliding him into first place, of course, as the first rider. I think I'll be interested to see how he takes his second run, whether now he knows those takeoffs really well, maybe he can bring a little bit more pace to his run, or whether he'll try something completely different.
So many strategy possibilities with 2 runs here in Fieberbrunn, Austria. Straight back up to the top. This man, he lost his spot last year on the tour. He got cut. He went back to the qualifiers in North America and won everything and got himself right back on, and then really, really put his foot down and proved his belonging on the Freeride World Tour with a win. And right now he is sitting tied for second with Blake Moeller. So Blake and Michael, both of these guys kind of came up together. They train together, they ride together, and they find themselves tied in the overall behind Camille Armand and Michael Mon kicking things off in the Gnar.
Yeah, he was toying with the idea of start 1 or start 2, but thought he would back himself to traverse over this exposure. He's just trying to carry enough speed to get where he wants to go and float to backside 3.
Over the exposure, that is a consequential move, and that is the kind of stuff the judges eat up. Now right into the low sag on the Häuselcliff, over the bomb holes. What a connection back to the snow. He made it look so effortless there. So Michael Mon, what a great start here. Snowboard man on fire.
Yeah, and he's lining up this windlip. There's another 3 there. And controlling his speed on the hillside for another solid air.
So Michael having his way with it over here on this side, and as conditions start to soften up, like we said, we're going to see, you can see the depth of the track there. Michael, technically one of the strongest riders on the tour. His board handling skills are second to none, and you can see it. His ex-coach said he never makes a bad turn. You can take a photo anywhere. And another 360. Michael Mon bringing the freestyle. He's got the big mountain. All the pieces coming together in this run.
Stacking the 3s up, and he's got a bit more of the face to go, and he's making his way through this super funky snow.
Yeah, I feel like we're just hoping for survival in this section. You can see there's that wind texture on the snow. It's kind of just been sitting. It hasn't snowed here in quite a while. So some of these sections are definitely trickier than others, but Michael Mon making it look easy when we know it's not. So that's one of the so incredible skills with these riders. When you see snow conditions like that are very challenging, and they're just slashing turns and making it look fun, well, fantastic run for Michael Mon.
Yeah, I think he'll be happy with that. He wasn't sure if he could get enough speed in that top section to pull that first 3, but obviously he just pinned it across that exposure, and he is pumped.
I think that traverse also favors the goofy foot, because you can traverse on your toe side edge, which when talking to these riders, it just feels a little bit more secure above that exposure, and especially in odd snow. So I think that's a strong strategic move for Michael.
And the video judge loves it. They've jacked up the 4 categories. Line score is also pretty decent.
Yeah, I mean, he couldn't have packed any more features into that run. You could see breaking through the crust a little bit there, catching the front 3. I mean, Michael Mon just loading that run up from top to bottom. The judges, the video judge, loving it. Bars absolutely lit up. So we'll see what the numbers look like, but I have a feeling we're going to see a pretty big number drop here for Michael Mon.
Sliding into first with 76 points.
Second. Second place there for Michael Mon with 76 points.
Apologies.
Run number 1 at the graphic there. So that's first run for Michael Mon, putting him into second place with a 76. And he's going to head back up and see what he can add to that to try to jack things up a little bit. But we head straight back up to the top, our Austrian wild card. He is so hyped to be here. We've seen him in films, we've seen him in natural selection. He loves riding POW, but he said he's pretty comfortable in rough conditions as well. He's kind of the kind of guy who just loves to do it. And I can't wait to see Bernie Stock's take on this face.
Dropping in from start 2 as well, but taking a different approach. Hitting more into the gnaw there of the Antimatten entrance. With some real pace, not able to hold it together in that chute, but he's back on his feet, ripping it up.
Yeah, maybe a touch too much pace, and then once he got onto the heel side edge, his board just kind of bouncing out from under him.
And switching around for a half cab. And just trying to wash speed on his heel side there.
Coming off there, shifting it out, and now carrying some serious pace into the lower section. So riders having to make a decision which way they go. Vernie getting another air, coming across into the area where it should be starting to slush up nicely, is sitting right in the sunshine. And the furthest out we've seen anybody go, just laying fresh tracks there for the Austrian shredder.
It definitely feels that this side, that was a huge air. This side seems to be holding the snow nicer. The sun has done its work over there, and it looks a little easier going than the Lookers Left.
Yeah, we often see the snowboarders playing out in that section of the face. It seems to lend itself to riding really nicely and seems to attract the snowboarders because it just looks fun. And typically the snow stays pretty good over there, whether it's powder or in this case where it's starting to slush up a little bit. So 78.67 is the score to beat that Ludo Guiaudiat is sitting on in the hot seat. I think Vernie, with that significant control issue at the top, is not going to be bothering Ludo on this run for that top spot.
Yeah, but he can clean it up for run 2, and yeah, it's nice to see a different take on the mountain. That's that control issue, just washing out on the hillside edge a bit, but doesn't let it rattle him. He's back on his feet.
Yeah, he was going so fast there, and love this one. He came into that so fast and then still has the composure to tweak out the shifty, showing that he is in total control of his board. And this one, so long, you think he's going to reconnect with the ground, and he just stays hanging up there for ages.
He looks so comfy in the air. He's normally filming with shred bots, and I don't think they would normally go filming on a day like today, but still sent it.
All right, 56.33 there, dropping Vernie Stock into third position so far. We are halfway through the snowboard men's field. You know, we've got a much smaller field. After Kicking Horse, the FWT made the cut, and we've got the smaller field, so only 6 men dropping in the snowboard men's field, but they get 2 runs, which is why the small field was necessary. And we go back up the British rider Cody Bramwell, traveling the world, filming the Krusty Lips behind the scenes series. It's like the most behind the scenes you can get on the Freeride World Tour. And Cody was in the battle last year with Victor De La Rue and Blake Moeller for the overall, and he is definitely looking to put a stamp on this one. He's had some good results here, and he likes the riding here, so can't wait to see what Cody Bramwell does on the Viltseloader.
Yeah, dropping into the knot on his toe side, so he's got that little added bit of control, a bit more comfortable on toe side edge, and making quick work. The snow looks all right. It's shifting around up there as he moves over to the Looker's right side. Floating a 3.
Yeah, the riders really, really having the full confidence there with that 360 because it's above so much exposure. Unfortunately, Cody getting kind of rocked on that landing and bouncing down a couple touches down with his butt, but he's going to keep going as this is only run number 1.
And
it almost looked like an edge catch 360 there. I'm not sure if he did that on purpose or as he set the edge just grabbed, but he certainly rode out of it like a boss. So we'll have to catch that on the replay to see if that was something he did on purpose to stop his board and set the rotation, or what.
He's making his way down on the Looker's right as well, trying to find that corn harvest, the softer snow. looks like he's just pinning it out through the flats to the finish line.
Catching a couple slashes there as the snow starting to soften up over here. So Cody Bramwell will be looking for a redemption run on the next one. Just clean things up at the top as we saw him get rocked by the Heusel Cliff, and then we're going to take a quick look and see what happened to him on that spin, because it looked odd, and I'm so curious to know if that was on purpose or if it just got caught up.
Yeah, maybe that's a new wave thing, edge catch 3. So the big control error there, but he pulls himself back together. In serious style with that solid air. Just ripping it.
Yeah, Cody, one of the strongest riders, just standing over his board, always in balance. So you know he's going to have a strong feeling to go back up and get that all done right. And you learn so much from being on the face. You know, talking to the riders, they say every time I finish a free ride competition run, all I want to do is just go back up and do it again right now. And this time, the Freeride World Tour has given them the opportunity to do just that.
Yeah, and he's walking in, shaking his head a bit.
Please.
He's praying for run 2.
Yeah, looking good. The skies are clear, so I think we're looking good for run number 2. I don't want to make any wild claims that it's going to happen, but I'm feeling good about it. So Cody Bramwell just waiting for the score. Significant control issue up high, so probably not going to be bothering Ludo for the hot seat. But as we have said, brand new format. You do 2 runs and only your best score sticks. So we're going to be putting the judges to work on the second run.
Big jobs only today.
No, I want to do back 5.
Really?
And like call an edge and I went like, oh.
Okay, well, we got our explanation and the score, 51-3-3. He said he was setting for a back 5, dug his edge in, and basically just got chucked from the lip. So a testament to his skill and balance that he managed to keep it upright at that point. And we head straight back up to one of the most exciting, explosive riders on the Freeride World Tour and the most chill guy possibly in the entire field, Blake Moeller on course. Fireworks ahead.
Indeed. Also the most stoked rider in the field. He's always having a good time, and you see it in his snowboarding, but taking a tumble there above some serious exposure, holds it together and wheelies out of that one. Holy.
Wow, Blake Moeller stopping our hearts at the top, just a full somersault above the Heusel Cliff, going into gymnast mode, and now crossing over into the wind lip, pulling himself around in a 360, little stall out in that one, then caught on his heel side edge. That's the same spot that gave Christopher Trudell trouble. I wonder if that's just the snow conditions in that area. So interesting start for Blake Moeller there.
He's riffing over to the Looker's left side. Maybe lining up the tube here. Oh. Big backy, but not able to pull it together on the landing.
So that one also looking like a very tricky takeoff. We saw it toss Jack Nichols, and now giving Blake Moeller trouble as well, maybe a slight over rotation. And now Blake just sending it into the fall line, wanting to get this run over so he can reset and go back up and do it again.
But props to him for taking such pace through that really nasty snow on the Looker's left there. I think that's the most speed we've seen from snowboard men in that section.
Absolutely. So not the way Blake Moeller wanted to play that first run, but he's going to learn from it. He's going to go back up. He's going to get another chance to do it again, which from my seat is something that I'm very excited for.
Absolutely. Really just, yeah, catching a funky piece of snow above that exposure, but keeping cool, calm, and collected. Huge backy there, but yeah, the landing is looking tough.
Over rotated, and yeah, you've got to be absolutely square over your feet to be able to get away with it there, and unfortunately a slight over rotation. 34 points for Blake Moeller, 5th place. So he's got to reset his head and go back up and do it again, and hopefully find the confidence to put down his dream run here on the Wildsee-Loader in Fieberbrunn, Austria. One more man remains in the snowboard field. It is Camille Armand. the current golden bib holder. He's got a second, a third, and a first so far this year, and that's put him in a fairly commanding position in the overall title chase. He's wearing the golden bib. He is an absolute shredder, and we've been waiting for Camille Armand to put clean runs down. Last year it was quite a lot of falling, but this year he's figured out the formula, and the other riders are on notice because Camille Armand is not here to play.
And he's chucking some snow around as he makes his way into the Housel Cliff, but not able to stick the landing. I think this cliff has seen the most traffic of any cliff on the whole face, and it's starting to get punched out, which is something for these riders to think about when they're lining up their second run.
Yeah, for sure, and for you know, we saw a lot of the ski men and ski women doing that, and like you said, it's starting to get a bit beat up. So Camille going way over here, finding some untapped zone, a brand new area. Nobody else has hit that yet. Camille Armand now making his way through the big belly of the Wildtiloder before we roll into the lower steep section. Kind of, you know, talking to Craig, this is a bit of a time to reset your head before you go in. Spraying the photographer there. Love it.
Got to take out some revenge on those photographers.
Got to get revenge. So now Camille Armand on the rider's right side of the tube and just making short work of it, putting it into the fall line. And another one similar to Blake, who just wants to get over, get it done, go back up and do it again and do it cleaner. So Ludo Guillaudiat on a 78.67, holding on, I would say. I mean, we haven't seen the score yet, but a pretty big issue there for Camille Armand on the landing of the Housel Cliff. So interesting as we move our way through the snowboard men's field to see what's going to happen in the next round.
Yeah, pretty commanding lead for Ludo, but a great opportunity for these guys to scope out their second run.
So let's see where things went sideways. Oh, he landed right in that bomb hole. So you're bang on, Anna. As the conditions start to get beat up there and as that landing starts to get worked, it gets harder and harder to find those precision spots. And of course, it's blind from above. So you take off, you don't know exactly where the bomb holes are. So it's a little bit of a huck and pray situation.
Yeah, pretty direct line there, managing to link a lot of features. So I think if he manages to clean it up for run two, it could be a pretty good run. But whether or not these riders choose to all hit the Housel again is yet to be seen, because it's certainly getting pretty punched out in the landing there.
Huh? 62.67 for Camille Armand. That's going to put him into third. So definitely more crashing than we've seen in a while from the snowboard men's field. We'll see how that plays out as we move into the second run. As you said, interesting decision for them to make, whether they decide to stay over on that side or they go somewhere else. So let's see. Ludo Guillaudiat, he was the first man to drop, and he stayed there in the hot seat with that 78.67. And then Michael Mon also clean, and then everybody down from there, big issues in their run. So Anna, it basically feels like it's a full reset for them. Well, there's only one more category left, and it is the snowboard women. They are stacked and ready at the top of the Wildtiloder. There are 4 riders in the field. There is a lot to play for. Erica Vikander, theoretically, with a win here, could wrap up the title, but we'll see, because there are some strong riders, and every single one of them wants to stand on the top of the podium. Here is where we sit in the overall situation right now, Anna.
Yeah, so Erica with a pretty commanding lead. She was looking pretty impatient to get up there and get it done today. I think she's ready to go to Apero. And today we also have a wild card joining us, Celia Petrig from Switzerland, who's more of a freestyle specialist. She's just won the Backcountry Invitational in Nonda, and she's here to join us today. So I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of freestyle and style element she brings to the face, and how she mixes up that overall ranking of our current FWT riders.
So start order, Erica Vikander will be the first rider to drop in the snowboard women's field. Manuela Mandel, former Freeride World Tour champion, dropping second. Then our wild card, and then the young French rider Tiffany Perrotin. 4 riders in the field 2 runs all to play for here, and the conditions just getting better and better here in the sunshine for the snowboard women. I'd say looking right now at the best conditions of the day so far.
Yes, so I think a lot of the snowboard women I spoke to were looking at that sunnier side of the face, but I also think they'll be looking at how many people have been taken out by the Halsell Cliff and either taking unique lines so that they can avoid the bomb holes, or maybe choosing something else. Our fun bet today, Manu Mandel, our World Tour champ, she is leading that with 99% of you thinking that she's going to be right at the top of the podium. Erica Vikander, our current leader, is also looking pretty solid there, as is Tiff.
Yeah, all 3 women in the 90s from the Peak Performance Fun Bet. So good odds there. Good odds for those 4, one of those or all of those 3 women to be on the podium. Of course, we have the wild card who is going to do her best to shake things up. But Erica Vikander, she is on her, she's been around for 5 years. She has been always putting down strong runs. And this year, she just seems to have found another gear, and she's put herself in that golden bib. She's got 2 wins already this year. Her worst finish is a 3rd. So like a complete sweep of the podium every single competition so far, riding out of Mount Hood, Oregon, and she is just about to kick things off in the snowboard women's category, dropping at a start number 2 for the American rider. Erica Vikander is on course.
Yeah, I love Erica's riding. She's a real perfectionist, and you don't often see her with bobbles and putting hands down and things like that. She is the queen of execution.
Yeah, so Goofy Foot, she found, or she felt that it was an advantage in Kicking Horse moving across the rough stuff, and she said the same thing about being over the exposure on the toe side edge on this face. So she's going into that thin area where we saw Vernie Stock going down. Erica making her way over onto the side, right into the sun, and you can see the slough just pumping down there as Erica gets right amongst it.
Yeah, slough management is going to prove to be a bit of an issue here. So Vernie Stock brought maybe a bit much 2-speed, but maybe you need a little more to race your slough through that chute and not be swept away. But she's back on her feet and moving over onto the right side of the face. Nice little shifty there.
And tweaking out the indie grab. Love to see Erica always adding style. She does come from a slope style background before she started free riding, so that bag of tricks is in there, and she always kind of peppers her runs with those elements of style, which of course, Air and Style, one of the categories in the judging criteria, so every time you do that, the judges love to see it, and it's just stacking points on top of points on top of points. And Erica this year has really found the recipe to add it all together and put herself right in the mix for the Freeride World Tour overall title, which is a pretty exciting thing for her. She's been 3rd a couple times, but wearing the golden bib now.
Yep, our current leader lining up her next air with a 3 that doesn't quite get around, but cool to see her bringing those elements to the face. And she's working her way down. There's another air there, another indie grab, and trying to make her way through this really tricky snow. On one edge, these challenging conditions are so much more dicey, but she's getting her way through there all good.
Yeah, nice and clean. Now, this lower section just absolutely so tricky to ski well for these riders. It's been through a melt freeze cycle, and it's I mean, we even saw with our forerunners, they were struggling. So this is kind of not much to gain, but a whole lot to lose if you take it even a little bit too aggressively. And we've seen a few of those go down. So far, so good for Erica Vikander, as she is almost home and safe in the finish. The first rider in the snowboard women's category. We had that long break for weather while the clouds came in and Jamessa Hampton was in the gate, and the snowboard women's group was down at the bottom. And you said it before, Erica was so antsy to get going. Once you get yourself jacked up and into the competition headspace, going on hold is so tough.
Yeah, it's brutal as a competitor. She was thankful to be sitting at the bottom and not at the top, but here you see there's a lot of snow in that little chute, and just coming through with a bit of control issues there as she manages that slough. But the rest of her run, she managed to stack a few more features.
Yeah, so getting caught on that heel side edge and then almost flushed down through the choke of that chute by the slough. I thought she had made, strategically made a good move there by being up on that left wall to avoid the slough, but it kind of looked like it came all the way across and pushed her. So a significant control issue there for Erica Vikander. The judges will notice 55 points. So again, she's going to get to go and try again, and it will be very interesting to see if she'll go into that same zone. Maybe the slough is, she cleaned it out of there this time, so it won't push her down again.
She's just doing her housekeeping.
Straight back up to the top we go. The only rider in the snowboard women's field who has a world title under their belt, Manuela Mandl, Austrian rider. Right now, she is sitting in second place overall, but in a tie with Tiffany Perrotin for second. So all to play for here. And as we've said, and a 25% more points in these two final events here and in Verbier than on the other ones. So it can really shake things up if you put yourself in a strong position. And Manuela going straight into the heart of it here.
Yeah, starting from start one and traversing across this exposure on your hillside edge is a pretty tall order, and she's backing herself and looking solid.
Yeah, speedy across there too. Manuela catching the grab. So, like you said, backing herself over the exposure and adding an element of air and style in there. So she is over the guts of the Heusel Cliff now, or she moves across and down into the chute in the shady part, and now picking up a ton of speed. Manuela Mandl flying out of that chute.
The judges taking a tumble there. She'll be disappointed with that.
Hard to hold it together with that kind of speed as the snow, because it changes almost right on that sunshade line.
Yeah. Definitely changeable snow, but I commend her for really bringing the pace through that chute. Judges love to see that from snowboard women, backing themselves to flash the face. She's got her spoiler out, her airbag is popped, so she's got a cape as she crusades down the rest of the mountain.
Yes, Manuela now just making some fresh tracks in the belly of the Wildsee-Loader. Fieberbrunn, Austria. We are in run number 1 of snowboard women. Manuela Mandl on course, having a pretty significant tumble there on her first run, but they are going to get to go back up and do it again. And as things get softer and softer, I think the conditions for snowboarding are going to get better and better. So probably these women looking forward to that opportunity to go back up as things get a little bit nicer.
She's still taking some air time there, probably using this half of her run to scope out what she wants to do for run 2.
Which is a total veteran move for Manuela. When things don't go your way, you can almost, now it's become an on-slope inspection. So she could go into that air that she just went through, suss out the pace, suss out what the landing's going to be like, and then she can take it at full throttle on the second run. Manuela Mandl has been on the Freeride World Tour for a while. She has a title, so moves like that come naturally to you when you're a veteran, and it's just so savvy, so smart to do that.
And Manu had an injury a little while back, so she's just been building herself back up over the last season or so to full strength.
So we saw her on the heel side above the exposure and still with the control to catch the grab there. Manuela Mandl showing that she's got the freestyle moves and not afraid to mix it up in the steepest part, and then just putting the pedal to the floor here. And let's see where it comes unstuck. The snow changes there, the board gets pushed back a little bit, and then she gets absolutely rocked. She's going to make the highlight reel with that one, but probably not in the way she wanted to.
Yeah, that was a heavy fall. I hope she's feeling all good for her next run. And 29 points for Manu. So not the score she's looking for today, but sliding into second place for now.
So that was the second rider. This is the third. This is our wild card. Celia Petrig, the Swiss rider, rolling out of Lux. She, as you said, she won the Nanda Freeride event earlier this season. She's been competing at Park. She's been competing at Slopestyle, Big Air. I rode with her yesterday, and every single time she gets into the air, there's something. She's tweaking, she's grabbing. She's so comfortable in the air. So we'll see if the snowboarding side, if she's able to keep it together and get a few big airs under her feet, I think we're going to see a really strong run here from Celia.
Making her way in from start 2, it looks like she's lining up the similar entrance to Erica Vikander, where we saw a bunch of slough come down. So Maybe Erica's cleared the way a little bit and she's able to ride through clean. Let's see.
Yeah, this one has been catching people out with its concavity as well. It's actually, often riders come out of there and it's narrower than they thought it was. You can see the slough still building there, but Celia holding it together as she makes a heel side turn over onto that right side, putting the toe side, and then she's just gonna flash her way out of there into that nice slushy pow over on the side, slash turn there. So Celia Petrik clean through a really technical and challenging part of this Viltiloder venue.
Lining up the next part of the face. She's got a little hit for us here.
Yeah, catching that wind lip and then just tail pressing out of it. So Celia making her way across. She's never done anything like this. Yesterday, talking about how she's feeling pretty nervous, but also excited to be here, but really just trying to figure out what the sport is and how to do it in a really short space of time.
Well, what we've learned from the best is that the way to do free ride is just to have a her of a good time out there on the face, and if it feels fun to you, it usually looks fun to us. So I'm sure she's got a few more hits in the bag to bring to the face today.
Yeah, coming right up across the cliff. You can see her passing through. There's our guides and safety team are posted up. They built themselves a nice snow couch under the cliff face, and Celia now just sliding through. So this area doesn't have a lot of traction in it. Probably the softest part, the most sun-affected part of the face. As Celia just making her way down, it kind of rolls over here, and there's definitely, we've seen some good opportunity for some air, finding a natural feature there. So Celia Petrik 3/4 of the way down and heading back over towards the chute.
So being so new to free ride competition, scoping your line is going to be a really significant challenge, and I wonder if she's missed some of the airs that she had planned in that lower section. You can't see all of those details from the top, so it's a real skill to build up.
Yeah, and one of the most difficult ones for the riders to do, to be able to do that visual inspection. For you guys at home, these riders don't get to go on this face before the competition at all. They have to look at it from the ridge across and from beside, but they're not allowed on it. So every time they hit any feature, it's the first time they've even stood on the edge of it. And it's such a difficult skill to master for the riders. And as somebody coming from the slope and big air world, I mean, you get practice runs, you get training runs. Obviously, the jump is the jump, and as long as you can see the shape of it from the top, you kind of know what it's going to do. Difficult, changeable snow conditions all the way down. It's such an incredible skill. Solid through this top section for Celia. Fluidity, the only thing that the judge is not loving, and you could see that just in the pace that she was moving down the face in it.
Yeah, I do think she was maybe searching for more features than what she found. But that is why the 2-run format may play in her favor today, because she's been in the face now, she's scoped out a few hits, and she should be able to go back and link a few more features in for us.
What an experience.
You can see she's almost kind of just struck by it. What an experience. She said, wow. So yeah, as you said, you know, when you're trying to find your way to your features and you're not really totally sure where they are, and it's a lot. The helicopter's in your face, so 54 points for second for Celia Petrik. We still have another athlete at the top and a whole other run to go for these riders. So she's sitting in second right now. Erica Vikander holding down the top spot. But this woman in the gate is known for going big and going fast. The French rider, Tiffany Perrotin, she has been lighting it up this year. She's already got a win under her belt. And she and Manuela Mandel are tied right now for second in the overall. So this one means a lot right now.
Yeah, and Tiffany's been spending a lot of time in Verbier, the Four Valleys, so she's really comfortable in these big mountain venues. So I think if she is able to find her line today and hold it together, I think we'll see something impressive from her.
So first season on the tour. She did a few seasons on the qualifying tour. She's been she's been in the freeride scene for a while, but first season on the Freeride World Tour and coming out of the gate with some pace. Tiffany Perrotin wasting no time getting into the guts of her run.
And she did tell me she was looking at this little Escouloir, having a bit of a sit down at the top, but she is back in the mix. And it seems to have really cleared out. There's less slough to deal with there, so she can thank her fellow snowboarders for that.
Starting to build up, but I think she's going to race it and she's going to get clear of it and out of the way. You can see it just pouring out of the base of that chute, but Tiffany taking a very smart approach, a couple, setup turns, and then just lighting it up into the fall line. As she comes through here, popping off that wind lip, going into this zone that we've seen kind of play really well for a lot of the skiers, and now lining up this one.
Yeah, solid air there. I think she's bringing a bit more fluidity to the face than we've seen from the rest of the category, so it's so far so good for Tiffany Perrotin.
Yeah, she's moving fast, she's stacking features, going across here on her heel side, trying to find those pockets of nice sun-melted corn snow as she's now in the middle section. So this is where the riders get their opportunity to show the board handling skills to the judges in between the feature-laden sections on the high and low part of the Wildseeloader. And she is making short work of it, finding another feature through the goalpost. That one went pretty deep, and she just brought the tail down first to keep herself over her board. I think that was a veteran move right there.
Yeah, and the snow's still looking a bit funky, but she's lining up some more air time for us and riding out clean.
All right, so now Tiffany just needing to make her way across the lower part, getting a slash turn up on that roll, just showing the joy of snowboarding to the fans and friends at home. Tiffany Perrotin looking clean, and now you said it, more fluidity than we've maybe seen out of the whole rest of the field. She had a bunch of really strong features up there. Tiffany Perrotin definitely making a strong case to put herself in the podium conversation.
Yeah, I think more speed and more airtime than we've seen from the rest of the category, but she did have that control issue. I don't think it was hugely significant, but I think the judges will not miss it. So I think I'm totally keen to see this score and see how that stacks up.
So I really like the approach Tiffany took, riding on that right side wall, getting really close to the wall and then slashing the tail up the wall. It put her on a perfect trajectory to escape the slough onto the left side at the bottom, and she definitely rode that the cleanest out of the entire snowboard women's field.
Yeah, the video judges liking it. Air and style, technique, line right up there. And yeah, definitely a strong case. I'm interested to see the score.
Yeah, fairly direct run there for Tiffany Perrotin. And the judges digging it, 73.33 for Tiffany. So she takes over the hot seat from Erica Vikander. Erica sat there for the whole category until the last rider, and Tiffany putting herself in it. Now, we're not done. These riders still have a whole other run to do. So especially for Manuela Mandel and Celia Petrig, who had some issues, and even Erica, it didn't go perfectly to plan. They're going to be able to go up and give it another shot. This is where we're sitting right now.
And speaking to this field, I know that they all were riding this run like they were only going to get one run. In case we run out of time or in case the weather comes in again, they were all kind of backing themselves in this first run. But all going to plan, we should see them clean up for run 2 and send it.
Can't wait. So snowboard women, run number 1 is complete. That means we have a full run from our full field so far, and we are rolling through this Fieberbrunn stop of the Freeride World Tour. It's stop number 4 on the 2022 World Tour, and it's stop number 1 in the Freeride World Tour Finals. Brand new format this year, Anna. Absolutely spectacular so far, and the conditions are really starting to get prime time for run number 2. All the riders stacked back up. Ski women are going to be coming at you after this. Welcome back, Fieberbrunn, Austria. We are here, we are live, we are ready for run number 2. Anna Smoothie and myself, Derek Foos, we are sitting in the commentary booth. We have the best seats in the house. Now, run number 2, Anna, we've changed the start order, and rather than re-racking the riders by order of finish, gave them a little bit of I think an easier time mentally by knowing when they were going to drop for run number 2.
Absolutely. So kicking us off, we've got the Swiss rider Sybille Blanjean. She had an okay run for the first one, but she's definitely looking to step it up. Also Hedvig Wessel, I felt like that wasn't her full max Hedvig Wessel steez in the first run, so I'm really hoping that we get a backflip in this one.
Yeah, and ski women on run number 1 definitely having the most challenging snow conditions of the day, starting shortly after 8 a.m. on a face that has definitely seen the sun. So hopefully, and I am very confident that we're going to see things go up a notch. But on the other hand, especially in the Häuselcliff area, it is much more beat up than it was when those first women went off it on run number 1. It was so clean and it just looked so smooth. And now, especially near the end of the snowboard men's field, we were starting to see people get rocked in that landing. So interesting to see what strategic decisions the ski women's field makes, knowing that that looks like what it looks like. I can't wait to see what they decide to do for run number 2. The ski women all to play for. Only your best score counts today, so it's still wide open.
Yeah, so we'll be watching to see if they train the run that they did in the first instance, or whether they pick a different aspect of the face that might be holding different snow or looking to mix up their line.
So Sybille Blanjean sitting in 4th after run number 1. She's going to want to tidy that up. 66.33. Can she better that? Absolutely she can. Sybille Blanjean on course for run number 2.
Dropping in from start 1 and taking some pace over that exposure. Growing up in Verbier means that you're used to big mountains and these kind of hectic venues. So she's looking pretty cool, calm, and collected up there. And it looks like she's going to take a bite off the Häuselcliff.
Oh, just getting over. This was her bread and butter on the last run. So into that shady couloir where you know what the snow is going to be like. And then crossing back over. That's a very steep transition out of that couloir. You could see the wall of it kind of hanging her up. And right off the nose of that, Sybille clean, and now she's out. And this section, as she's entering it, was giving the riders, the first run riders, so much trouble in the ski women's category. But what a pleasure it must be for them now to ski across and have it be slush.
Yeah, nice. They'll be stoked for it to be softening up a bit. She's lining up her next air. Looking solid and taking some real pace. I think this is looking great from Sybille.
Yeah, and there is more to come in this section. This right-hand wall, skier's right-hand wall, skier's left, looker's right, has a lot of features on offer, and Sybille just continuing to move out that way and getting into the true corn snow. It must feel so nice to know that this is now a little bit more consistent, and it's going to deliver a much nicer touch and feel to the skis.
Catching a little bit more air as she heads right over to the right aspect of the venue. I think she had a cliff there in her first run, which she's probably got the takeoff dialed for, and she'll be hitting it again.
Yeah, a couple setup turns there, and clean for Sybille Blanjean. She is on her feet and now just muscling her way through. We saw that transition from the slope to the flats take out Jamissa Hampton in the ski men's category. So you could almost see her body language change as she got low, put her feet a little bit further apart to make sure that she wasn't going to get taken out as by the changing snow conditions. So good strong start there on the ski women's run number 2 for Sybille Blanjean. Is it going to better her first run score? Only the judges know that, but I can't wait to find out.
2 runs, but only 1 counts. So let's hope that is an improvement for Sybille.
All right, so Anna, starting things out here, Sybille, as she exited that couloir, look how clean her reconnection with the snow was.
Yeah, I think all of her cliffs that she took on today, she executed really well. and took a bit more speed than in her first run as well. The video judges really liking it. They've jacked up her. All of those bars are pretty lit up.
Yeah, loving the ski technique there. It's the thing you lean on when the snow conditions get tough, and Sabille's showing that her technique is solid. There was never a moment in that run where things looked like they were going to go off. So she does better. Her first run score 6.7, 6.7. So good enough for 4th currently. In this graphic, you're going to see the one that's green is the one that's going to count. That's the higher of the 2 scores. So if you're wondering what's going on there, 2 runs, best run counts. We're going to light it up in green for you so it's easy to follow along. Well, we're heading back up to the top of the Wildsee here in Fieberbrunn, Austria. Hedvig Wessel in 3rd spot after run number 1. Doing a little visualization, getting the GoPro all set, and she is going to be dropping from start number 2 for this 2nd run. Is she going to do the same thing, try to tidy it up, or is she going to change and reinvent the wheel? Only she knows. Hedvig Wessel, she is the queen of the backflip. She was battling it out all season last year for the overall. Right now, she is looking to light it up on the Wildsee. Can't wait to see what she has in store. She's a fierce competitor, but also just such a happy skier, always having a good time out on these faces.
Yeah, what I love about Hedvig skiing is that she's got such incredible technique. She's got a strong moguls background, and she just makes quick work of really difficult snow.
Yeah, she is an Olympian, and she's going up to this upper deck takeoff, getting a bit of direction, perfectly executed. Hedvig Wessel, no other woman has taken off from up there, and she absolutely nailed it. That you couldn't have done that cleaner.
That was incredible stuff there, catching a grab as she floats off that windlip into the slushy turns. She's going to be feeling good now.
Yeah, executing this one, getting, as you said there, she's showing that technique, just stomping on the downhill ski to get direction, moving through this tricky section, and another air as the ground rolls away there for Hedvig. So she's opted to go way out here into the sunny side as things are, things are softening up, and it looks like that might be just a little bit nicer skiing. I said that while Sabille was skiing, and the other side of the channel gap just kind of, it's not really changing that much with the sun, but Hedvig, the fluidity of this run, she is absolutely flying.
She's moving her way across to the tube, trying to find another feature to link in to complete that line score. That's the thing, the snow is nicer over on the Lookers right, but there's less features to link together. So if you're trying to build up your line score, that's the kind of the opportunity cost you have to consider.
Yeah, a bit of a catch-22 there. You go to the good snow, but you do lose out on features. We've seen some riders find a few good ones out there. But yeah, a little empty at the bottom there, I think, in terms of line score for Hedvig, but the top was so strong. I think the judges are really going to have to consider that. I mean, the way she took the Häuselcliff right off the top ropes and then absolute bolts. It was such a clean landing. That was a great top section from Hedvig Wessel.
Yeah, I think that was the move of the day from Ski Woman, just taking this unique takeoff to avoid all those bomb holes, and then she really has to back herself and get the right direction to avoid the rocks on her left, and yeah, beautifully executed.
Yeah, and then a nice one over that windlip. You can see the snow. The riders are starting to be comfortable going a little faster, and she took a nice grab on the windlip there. So judges coming in quick right now, 80.33 for Hedvig Wessel, putting her into 2nd place right now. The green one is the one that's going to count. So that was our 2nd rider in the ski women's category, and a big step up in score for Hedvig Wessel.
And I just heard her say she missed something in the bottom half of her run, so I think she was looking for a fuller line there, but that's free ride. Sometimes you just don't find it.
So straight back up, Elisabeth Gerritsen. She was 2nd after run number 1 with a 71. Is she going to be able to improve on that? I mean, we saw her skip all the features in the bottom half. I actually had a chance to talk to her during our weather break, asking if it was by accident or on purpose, and she said, no, I just wanted to get out of there. So straight lining felt like the safest option, which I really respect that mindset.
Pulling a little shifty there, looking cool, calm, and collected as she lines up the Häuselcliff. Is she also going to take a unique takeoff?
Catching the backside of a bomb hole, but managing. It doesn't look like she even got sat down. So the riders here definitely been watching the other categories and starting to see what works. Elisabeth now coming into this windlip, catching a shifty there and putting herself up into the soft snow above these cliffs.
Looking silky smooth there, Elizabeth. With some speed on the face, coming out to the right aspect under the Brennig.
Yeah, so stacking things up, Elizabeth going way out to the left side under the big monstrous cliff and past our safety team there, sitting in the Rockwell. Is she going to be able to stack up some features in this lower section, or is she going to head back to the more feature-laden side where the snow is a little rougher? Looks like she's just going fall line, and maybe she's going to find this kind of roller that we saw some of the men's skiers take.
It's got a little hit there. And then the straight line that we saw this morning.
Elizabeth Gerritsen unleashing. Now there is a bit of a compression there, but she handles it like the veteran freerider that she is. I always get a bit of a heart in a mouth moment when the rider's straight lining toward a compression like that, but absolutely no sweat for Elizabeth Gerritsen. So she was in second. She needs to better 88.67 to take over the hot seat. Is that going to be enough to knock Jess Hodder out of the top spot? The judges have their work cut out for them.
So here is her take on the Housel Cliff. Catching that bomb hole, but just holding it together so expertly. Really strong skiing from Elizabeth Gerritsen. And just looking so balanced over her skis.
Yeah, she said she's been working with Maude Bess at home in Verbier on her technique. Maude is a ski instructor and a coach, so she's been on the school of Maude Bess. So 79.00 betters her first run score, but doesn't up her position just yet. Third place, so still in podium contention for Elizabeth Gerritsen. As we move through the ski women's field, we have 6 riders in the category. We're done at 3. We still have 3 to go. So moving through the second group of, or the first group of riders to complete a second run. This woman is sitting in the hot seat, looking at a very strong score. And if she's able to up that score, that's going to really turn the screws on the other riders. Jess Hodder in the golden bib and in the hot seat with 88.67.
Yeah, she mentioned she was looking to pull a 360 in her run, but didn't feel she had the speed, so made the smart decision to just do a straight air, but she might be bringing that for us in this run.
Oh, did she ever go out of the gate fast? Jessica Hodder flying into this run. If she wants to better her score, she is going the right way about it, and so far looking at kind of a similar angle as she took into this real beat up zone. Will she hold it? Hold on, Jess. No, she's bucked.
And that is a head to toe. That is a heavy fall, but no big exposure there. We've got the ski dude already on the scene to collect her goods. She's waving at us.
Arm up, waving. Jess Hodder looking like she's mostly okay. I'm sure absolutely terrifying experience there, and so dizzy with all of those tomahawks. That is unfortunate, and that is the product of that low takeoff into the Heusel Cliff. The landing is just punched, and unfortunately for Jess Hodder, whether she didn't see it or didn't know it or just figured she had it, because it looked like she was close, and then she fought for it but unable to hold on, and then really racking up the tomahawk score there.
Yeah, we've had quite a few yard sales on the face today.
10 feet in the air.
Rumor has it that Maxime Chavelot's ski is still on the loose somewhere up there, so lucky he bought 2 pairs.
Yeah, I guess so. Good move for the young Swiss rider, but Jess Hodder, hopefully she's going to be okay. That definitely looked violent, as she will see what got her falling. My initial take was the bomb hole, but maybe we can check it out here, Anna.
I think she saw the landing being pretty bombed out as she took off, as she tries to kind of eke a little more air time to skip over them in the air, but unsuccessfully. Let's hope that she is feeling okay.
Looking like just tucking the airbag back in, so I'm really happy to see Jess Hodder on her feet here in the Wildsee Loader, as the safety team helps her gather up her equipment. As you could see while she was falling, her one ski looked like it went about 20 feet in the air. Absolutely, like there's such a huge buildup of energy when you start falling like that, and you bend the ski and then release it all in one shot, and they just go flying. And then for her, it's actually, I think, a bit of a lucky break in how steep it is. While it's not that fun tomahawking, it's better than coming to an instant stop against something flat. It kind of eases off the energy in your fall, but I'm sure that felt absolutely wild for Jess Hodder to just flip and flip like that. All right, so just getting word from the medical guy who is on the face with Jess Hodder. She says she's all good. So if you're part of Jess's family or friends at home, she's all right, and just needs to gather her equipment to get herself skied off the face.
And Jess actually has her sister here visiting to cheer her on, and it's been an exciting morning for her so far. So I'm sure the rest of the fam is staying up late in New Zealand to see her ski, but yeah, happy to hear that she's all good.
And here's a brand new situation for this type of scenario in the Freeride World Tour. Jess Hodder just cartwheeled down the face, and yet is still comfortably sitting in first place. So that's kind of a nice consolation for her to know that she's going to come down off this crash, but still sitting in the hot seat. She'll be a little rattled in the hot seat, but she's still there with only 2 more riders with the potential to take her out, although those 2 riders are 2 event winners from this season on the tour, so she's certainly not safe.
Yeah, the last 2 riders are actually tied for second in the overall ranking at the moment. Olivia McNeil and Lily Bradley. They've both been bringing the heat this year. Lily, FWT 22 rookie, and Olivia McNeil, who also is not one of the more experienced riders on the tour, but she's been showing, real free ride nous as she moves through this season.
Yeah, and both of those women didn't have their ideal scenarios play out on run number 1, so they're going to be chip on the shoulder, hungry in the start gate for run 2 to get something done there and see if they can challenge Jess for the hot seat.
Yeah, I remember in Spain when Lily Bradley wasn't happy with her run, she hiked straight back up after the competition and skied it again, like she wanted to. So today is the ideal situation for Lily.
Yeah, so here we see Jess Hodder making her way off the face under her own power and looking like she's putting in those classic Jess Hodder turns. I absolutely love the way Jess skis. So a full loss of control there, as well as equipment. So the ultimate loss of control, of course, is a 15 tomahawk crash where you lose all your gear, and that's what Jess experienced. So she's just stopping to check in with the medical team and retrieve all the rest of her gear because it really went everywhere.
Yeah, I saw a shovel being placed back in her backpack. She was really selling it all in this run. So she'll be on her first run score of 88.67, which still has her in the lead pretty comfortably at this point, but yeah, we are not done yet.
Not done yet. Jess Hodder, no score for the second run, but she's still in the hot seat, and we go straight back up to the top. You said it, Lily Bradley, she's hungry. She's in 5th right now. She knows she has a better run in her pocket if she can get it done. 61.67. The only one in the ski women's field who went out to the skier's right, and she really struggled out there. The snow conditions pretty weird. Oh, Lily, just a quick redirect as she drops in dead fall line out of the gate. It is so steep there. You can see you're actually getting air in between your turns.
Yeah, you got to do some Scott Schmidt jump turns to get access from where she came in. Getting caught up on rocks, but holding it together as she takes a new line for run 2.
Yeah, Lily changing things up. She went way out to the right in the first run, and now she is above the Heusel Cliff. This thing is a mandatory, so once you get to here, you are committed, and she's catching this angle that should work out for her.
Full stomp.
Absolutely stomped there for Lily Bradley.
Stoked to see it. Landing in some bomb holes, but that was absolutely no sweat for her today. And a shifty off that wind lip. She looks like she's having a good time out on the face today.
Yeah, it's so great for the ski women to have this opportunity to go back up and do it again with nicer snow conditions than they had. They definitely drew the short end of the stick on their first run, having things be pretty refrozen. So Lily Bradley now, she is making a strong case to her, or for her, to climb up the ladder on this one. As she sent it at the top, she went through the steepest part out of the start gate, and as she does, is becoming her trademark, styling out every single hit.
And just stacking up a few of the little hits on the Lucas left side of the tube. Will she dare to go in? We'll see. Shifties on every pop.
Yeah, and she's adding the features, you know, stacking them up in this lower section, and the judges know how tricky the snow is. So to see riders hitting airs, hitting features in this section, now just gunning it out the bottom. But when the judges see that, it gives them a real clear look at the riders' technique and their ability to actually manage their skills in those difficult conditions. And I think it shines a real spotlight on how skilled they really are.
Yeah, nice run from Lily Bradley. I don't know if it's going to challenge Jessica Hodder's 88 points, but that's the judge's job. She is stoked.
She's always stoked. So really like this approach. Lily Bradley from the top rope, boom, stomp. Never looking like she was even breaking a sweat doing that. It was a given the second she was in the air that she was going to stomp that.
And stacking up some features, but in the bottom half they were smaller than her big air up the top. So in terms of all the categories there are pretty lit up green, but perhaps not as much as the numero uno position.
So this is where the judges really have their work cut out for them, because they're comparing runs that happen at a different time in slightly different snow conditions. So really tricky to for them, and definitely, you know, they're going to have their work cut out. They have the video replay available to them, which is, I think, a thing that they're going to use maybe more than ever in this run, to go back and look at what put Jess on that score and then compare Lily's run to it. Also just comparing the run to the judging criteria, because that's ultimately where those numbers need to come from.
For sure, the score is just a number, and it's the tool that we use to rank the riders according to where they should place from overall impression.
So crunching the numbers there as Lily anxiously waiting. So Jess Hodder still holding down the hot seat. We saw Hedvig sitting in there. I think she's the highest placed on this second run. 68.33 for Lily Bradley. The judges having their say, and that's going to put her into 4th place currently. But there is one more rider at the top of this face, and she has a big chip on her shoulder after run number 1, as she got caught up in that channel in the tube. Things not going her way. Olivia McNeil has a first and a second to her name so far this year. Is she going to be able to turn it around for run number 2 here on the Wildseeloader? I can't wait to see what the Whistler Freeride Club graduate has in store for us. Braids up for fun and for a distraction. Now she's deciding, looks like deciding
left or right, I'm not quite
what
sure.
What am I going to do up here? I don't know. Who knows? We'll just push out of the gate and then see where gravity takes her.
No, I am sure she has her plan on lock, and she is a big feature specialist. So I think we're going to see some fireworks from Olivia McNeil today.
Yeah, hopefully she's going to put down the run that she wants, the run that she plans on, and then you leave it to the judges. That's all you can do. But having it go the way it went in run 1 with a silly kind of issue like that, where your run just falls apart in a way that probably doesn't feel great, because it wasn't even in a feature. It was just in that weird tube. And now we see Olivia right into it on the steep part of the top of the Wildseeloader here.
So she's dropping in across the exposure, navigating through the pepper above those big cliffs and out into the sunshine.
It must be such a relief for these athletes to feel the way the snow is after how they felt on their skis in run 1. You're like, oh, this just must feel so much better.
Yeah, it's released a bit. Big Yellow has done its job, but she's back in the shade now, which should stay relatively the same as her first run.
Yeah, so coming up over this spine, is she going to make this one a little bit tidier right off the end, stomping it nice and clean, getting a touch inside there. You can see her standing on that left foot where the right foot was the downhill ski. And now Olivia coming into this side hill area. I think she found the other way in the shade. Oh, getting a Cossack. Just didn't play the way she wanted to, so she's going into what has proven to work for a lot of the other women.
Wonder if she missed a feature there. I'm not sure if that's exactly what she intended to do, but she's still got more in the bag for us. She makes her way into the belly of the Wulzilode.
Yeah, that was interesting. She went into that zone that has pretty a bunch of features in it, and then she just didn't get any of them. I'm not sure if by changing in between runs, if it ended up just not fully knowing where she was going in that section, and it is hard. It's hard to wing it. It's hard to make it up on the fly.
Yeah, and the judges will see if you ski past features. She seems to be holding her poles in one hand.
She's got both of her poles in one hand as she comes down.
Maybe that's a new style.
Oh, going for the pole between the legs basketball shot there. A little Michael Jordan action on the face. Interesting strategy for Olivia McNeil. I think she's just decided that she's had enough of today, and looking forward to Verbier.
But great to see her put a run on her feet. I'll be interested to hear the finish line chat to understand what happened there. I think she might have just missed a feature and thought, this run is cooked. Stick a fork in it.
Yeah, that's going to be a... This is funny. That's going to be a bit of a throwaway, I think, for Fieberbrunn, for Liv there, as she just comes in. So this one worked out well. She stomped it, and then you can see she gets quite inside, and so fluidity, the judge is not loving it. Coming across on that section, and then just wrapping it up with a bow, and putting...
What a showman.
Putting a fork in Fieberbrunn, wrapping it up, and so just waiting for the score. I don't think that's going to be maybe marginally better than her first run, but 59.33, so she's just holding that 6th place spot as we wrap up ski women on 2 runs in Fieberbrunn. And unless my mathematical skills are way off, that means that Jess Hodder is going to take the win here in the ski women's category at Fieberbrunn at stop number 1 of the FWT finals. Jessica Hodder, Hedvig Wessel, and Elizabeth Gerritsen. You said we're going to see the veterans come back to the top, and that's exactly what we saw here, Anna.
So stoked for Jess Hodder. She's had an incredible season from that crash that she had in the first event to come back with such composure and scoop up a bunch of podiums. So now she's sitting on 2 firsts and a 2nd place, which is a pretty strong position to be in coming into the final.
So we have our top 3 riders there. Jess Hodder, Elizabeth Gerritsen, Hedvig Wessel, 1, 2, 3. And all 3 of these ladies just happy and smiling and showing that as we get back into the big mountain venues, the veterans start to come back and really show themselves. So let's see what this has done to our overall rankings. Jess Hodder jumping out to a commanding lead on 30,500 points. Hedvig Wessel now jumping up into 2nd. So really, really shaking things up here in the overall.
Yeah, we've got to remember that the last 2 events, Fieberbrunn and Verbier, they have 25% more points for those podium winners. So it's really all to play for, but Jessica's really got a commanding lead at this point.
We are underway with run number 2 in Fieberbrunn, Austria. The Wulzilode is the host, is the venue, is the playing field for the riders today. The men dropped in on their first run, and now run number 2. We are resetting. If you're looking at home, we've got the first man in the gate is going to be Christopher Turdell. You can see him up there, Mellow Yellow Turdello, getting ready to kick it off. And, you know, he had a good first run, but not a great first run. He had a few issues, and I have a feeling, being the perfectionist that he is, he's going to tidy it up. The snow conditions are way better right now, but we have some bomb holes in some of the cliffs, so interested to see what Christopher's take is going to be. So let's see the order that we're dropping our riders in here, Anna.
So Craig Murray is in first position, but as you guys saw earlier, he's sitting on an injury, so not competing today. So therefore, our first rider is Christopher Turdell. We've got our current leader, Maxime Chablot, of the tour so far, dropping in 7th, and a lot of fireworks, finishing it off with a wild card, Finn Billis of New Zealand.
Yeah, so a few riders there that are going to be looking to make up some ground, a few riders that had some spectacular crashes on the first run that are going to want to put complete runs down. You know, the two that stand out to me, Abel Moga and Maxime Chablot, both had, you know, there was something big coming. I mean, there was something big in Abel's run. He just went a little short. But right now, Christopher Turdell going to kick things off for run number 2 for Ski Men. This guy, he knows how to win. He knows exactly what it takes on these big faces. We saw him doing it on a small face, a kicking horse. But you said he's got the winningest record in the entire Ski Men's field on this face specifically.
He does, and he's sitting in 4th position right now with the score from his first run. He had a little error in that, and I think he can tidy that up and really be in the conversation for the podium.
Yeah, so 81.33 with an error, a real testament to Christopher Turdell's skill and how good of a skier he actually is. And Turdell now up high on the ridge, dropping in. And these riders that just get that extra little feature on the way as he picks up a bunch of speed heading into this upper wind lip, and then slashing, not going the wind lip, but going into the Heusel as a double. Flying there with the save of the century, Christopher Turdell. Unbelievable moment there. I thought we were going to watch him fall off the Heusel cliff. Instead,
he just pulled it back, floats a 3 off the wind lip, looking cool, calm, and collected, and is continuing on with his run. That was unbelievable.
Wow, well, Christopher Turdell laying out the backflip there, stomping it, so he is really making a case to push himself up the rankings, sending it over that one, and he's got this long section now with a ton of speed. Christopher Turdell coming across into this rollaway one. He took this one so far on the last one, this time with a 360 clean. Christopher Turdell, unreal run.
And such an absolute scorcher. It's taking so much speed through every aspect of the face. I'll be so interested to see, will the judges view that as a control error, or do they see that as just a show of strength and technique, that he pulled it together on the Heusel cliff to land perfectly?
Yeah, sometimes I wish recoveries were a judging category, because we've seen some really spectacular ones out of all the, not all the riders, but after a few, you can see he's kind of throwing his hands up like, ooh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, for Christopher Turdell, who has the most incredible technique to get so bucked, really shows to the challenging conditions today. His ski just goes a little outside, but he manages to pull it back and rebalance himself in the air for a great landing, floating a 3 there.
Yeah, watching in the replay, it didn't look as scary as it did live, and then the backflip there, I mean, you couldn't have landed that better. And this long and low with a 360, that's such a difficult place to do that because there's no lip at all. It just falls away. And his technique score is punching out the top of the scale.
So he's got a big smile on his face. What a relief to land a run like that.
Yeah, so low 80s on his first run with a couple significant errors. I have to think this is going to step up his score. Is it going to step over the 93 of Matt Hitzig? It could. I mean, just the technique. Obviously, the video judge is not a scoring judge, but he certainly didn't see much more that could have been done with that run.
There will be some serious number crunching going on right now. I do not envy the judges. see his hand shaking a little bit.
Here we go. 91.33. So Christopher Turdell slotting himself into second place, just behind the Austrian wildcard Max Hitzig. 91.33. Absolute banger run from the veteran, from the current world champion. So making a strong claim. With the points, the more points available in this event, Christopher could put himself into contention once again for the overall. Going from not making the cut to in the mix for the overall, that is such a Christopher Turdell thing to do.
What a move.
Flying back up to the top, Jack Nicholls. He had well, not the first run he wanted, so he's going to get his shot at redemption here as Jack Nicholls, American rider, drops in and heads over to the skiers left here on the Wildseeloader.
Just buckling his boots, which is always a good move in a serious face like this. He was sitting in 8th position from run 1 with a bit of an issue landing a Lincoln Loop. So let's see that he improves his score today.
Yeah, I really liked the way that Jack took this one on the first run and doing it again. Such a smooth transition from the flight into the ground. He just recognized that and caught it. He was one of the earlier guys to see that, or for us to see. And he's going to catch a big 360 here. That one, it's great to see the speed is getting better. Is he going to take that flat spin Lincoln Loop approach again, or is he going to be gun shy after over rotating and getting rocked? No, he goes for it again. He slows down the rotation and he takes it perfectly stomped. Oh, this is what we were hoping for from run number 2 for Jack Nicholls.
Looking like Jack the Cat on snow, for sure. Silky smooth as he works his way to the next section.
So that is the exact reason this 2-run format is so exciting. And then Jack taking that rollaway air and now just putting his pedal to the floor as he comes out the bottom seamlessly through the transition from steep to flat. Jack Nicholls definitely making a strong case for himself.
But not wanting to mess with some of those lower half features that caught him up in the first run as well, which could be a good move. Certainly the left side of the channel seems to have the funkiest snow on the venue, so to just straight line out in the sun is definitely going to be better for execution, but let's see if his line score suffers.
It will for sure, but I mean, when we watched him hit the upper jump on that section and get just thrown, just absolutely thrown onto his head, I can understand why he wouldn't want to go over there again. So air and style, just Jack. Line score, you called it, Anna, slightly lower as he didn't have a big defining feature in the lower section. But man, going back to the well on this Lincoln Loop side flip that he got, over rotated and crashed on, look how perfect that was. He couldn't have done that better. Execution, absolutely on point for Jack.
This is certainly my favorite run I've seen from him this season. Just so smooth, so stylish, and bringing some real pace through the face as well.
Yeah, in and out in a hurry. So now the judges, I mean, they've got to compare it to so many other runs from such a different standpoint. Really a tricky, the judges were saying it was going to be tough for them to judge second runs against first runs when the snow is different and everything, but they certainly do their best. 86 points for Jack Nicholls, dropping himself into 4th place, so a huge climb up the rankings ladder there for the young American rider, and really happy to see him lay down a run like that. So Leo Slemmet, the former 2017 Freeride World Tour champion, he was in position 3 after run number 2 with an 83.33. What has he got in store? Leo's run wasn't flawless on the first run, so if he cleans it up, he may be able to climb up the ladder, but he's got some big scores above him in both Christopher Turdell and Max Hitzig, but he certainly has room to do it as he is Leo Slemmet.
He is, and he's got his work cut out for him, but I think he's going to bring a bit more amplitude to his run. And he's moving through really quickly, cruising over the bomb holes from the previous competitors and taking so much pace out to this windlet.
Yeah, he's got a big head of steam, getting the left side 360 perfectly stomped, and now over top of these cliffs, Leo Slemmet moving around that one to line up this lower one as he flies off with a backflip.
stomped it. That was a thing of beauty from Leo Slemmet.
Oh, it's so good to see the champ back in motion. Poetry for Leo Slemmet. He is flying down this lower section now. Is he going to be able to fill this part of his run with some more features? He had a bit of a struggle there getting that top one. Is he going to attempt the flip on this one again?
He does, and stomps it, making quick work of that nasty snow. He's got another hit for us.
Oh, Leo Slemmet with an absolutely banger run. The 2-run format paying off in spades now as riders who had issues on the first run able to tidy things up and put down the dream run on run number 2. So he was sitting in third. Is that going to be enough to knock Christopher Trudell at a second or even challenge for the top spot? Incredible run there for our French rider out of Chamonix.
And I'm stoked to see him swinging his pole, nodding his head. He is the biggest critic of himself, and I think he might even be happy with this run. The video judge certainly is. All categories are so jacked.
Yeah, that was a really, really strong run for Leo Slemmet, and he made the most out of all of it. And this one, to me, was one of the most impressive things. Taking what he learned from run number 1 and then just altering his rotation, slowing it down a little bit so that he was able to bring it to his feet and then still getting that other feature below, which last time we almost saw him fall off. That was a really, really good run for Leo Slemmet. I'm happy to see him. Well, the judges taking their time. Usually we have some banter with the rider in the hot seat, but Leo just quietly waiting for his score to see what the judges thought about it. He definitely did his bit. Now it's up to them.
Yeah, the judges are crunching the numbers, carrying the 1, dividing by 3, 5 categories, lots to think about. Overall impression at the end of the day is what they are scoring, but they'll be looking at all of the features that Leo has packed into that run and weighing it up against what the other competitors have done in this run and in the previous run. So it's a bit more of a technical job for the judges today.
Yeah, challenging to say the least. 93.33 from Mats Hitzig. He has the score to beat the man in the hot seat, although he's not sitting in the hot seat right now because he's up on the top of the Wildtiloder waiting for his second run. I'll be interested to see if he tries to add something. I mean, his run had multiple spins, it had the flips, it had a huge line score. So is there room? Does he have anything left in his pocket, or did he put all his cards on the table in run number 1? Only he knows that, but I can't wait to find out.
Maybe he's got something completely different lined up for us. And here is Leo's score, 92.33, sliding him into second position.
So just bumping Christopher Trudell out of second place, but not knocking the young Austrian wildcard off of his spot. So getting word that Andrew Pollard is not going to take the start for run number 2. Not 100% sure why that is, but he either maybe he's happy with his run on the first one, but we are jumping straight to Ross Tester. Ross Tester had a smoking run going in the first one with just stacked with features, with freestyle, 360 off the Heusel Cliff. Is he going to dare to do that again? And then it kind of all came apart down in the channel. So Ross Tester now getting another shot at it as he drops in from start number 2.
Taking a different entrance into that Escobar there, racing the slough through the chute.
These short turns reminiscent of the year that he won the Junior Freeride World Championship and not finding transition there. Ross getting absolutely rocked on the flattest part of that landing. I hope he didn't knee himself in the face. He's definitely stopping, I think, just to try to shake that off. Absolutely devastating for Ross there. We saw a 360 into there earlier from one of our other riders, and then Ross just not finding the landing. I'm wondering, you can see he's taking his time. Hopefully he's all right. That looked like a heavy hit for Ross Tester.
Indeed, and I think it's you're coming in from like a cross-court air and then trying to find the transition downhill. So it's a pretty tall order, and he didn't manage to make it today. Another one of the athletes to air out their airbags today.
Yeah, more airbags flapping around in the wind than we've ever seen in one competition here. That's a tough one for Ross Tester to take. That was a big slam. I really hope he's all right, because that looked uncomfortable.
They will call it the chapeau line.
So Ross just making his way off the face as he hit hard. Didn't lose his ski, so he still will be eligible for a score, but he's definitely not skiing anywhere near pace. Looks like he snapped one of his poles as well. That was a hard slam for Ross Tester, so we'll check in with him later and find out what he's feeling like. But really hoping the best wishes there for Ross Tester. Is that was a hard one.
Despite having that control issue in the channel, still had a really solid score from run 1.
Loved his turns on the approach, laying out the backflip.
So maybe just maybe difficult to bring that backflip to land fall line from taking that cliff a little cross court.
Yeah, with a change of angle from takeoff to landing, yeah, not quite able to. Oh, and just insult to injury there for Ross as he trips over his pole in the finish. He's all smiles though. He is one of the happiest guys on tour, spitting out some blood. Ross Tester with a 15, so his first run score is going to stick 72.33. Ross just trying to find his way out of the corral there as he wraps up his day, and we move on to another man who didn't have things go his way on the first run. He's wearing the golden bib, but a big crash on run number 1, backflipping in that George Rodney area out on the far skiers right. Not too many riders went over there, and the ones that did not seeming to have a lot of success.
Yeah, the conditions certainly look a little more challenging on the looker's left of the face, but he has got a new set of skis and a sunny attitude to take on his second run today.
Yes, a golden attitude to go with his golden bib. The young Swiss rider, he's a rookie this year, but he is leading the Freeride World Tour with 2 wins. And if he were to win today, he has the possibility of becoming Freeride World Tour champion. But he's got his work cut out for him as Max Hitzig has laid down a serious gauntlet to all the other riders with that high scoring run, just packed with features and freestyle. But Maxime Chablot on course now.
Worked his way down the ridge over into that looker's left section again as he lining up the same air, big backy, and takes that one to his feet.
So just losing him for a sec there, leaning over, Maxime managing to save it. I thought he was going down there, but making the save. He's up on this elevated spine, now back into the couloir. Is he going to be able to get out on the skier's right side? No, moving over to the left. Maxime Chablot looks like he's fighting with the snow in there a bit, Anna.
It looks really punchy and stiff, but he's got another air for us with a big splayed out 3.
Yeah, a little bit flat, that landing, as you go deeper and deeper into it. So kind of getting squashed a little bit, Maxime Chablot. And now he's coming all the way back across, lining up into the section of the channel. There's a couple jumps here, some possibilities of airing into the chute, as Maxime does, and then pushed up the other wall with a odd 360 there. It looked like he was going over forward, but managing to just get away with it.
Yeah, we've talked about the transitions in the channel this year are just not the same. So I think what we might have seen on video or what riders have experienced before is just not the case today. So a little bit of a funky takeoff. I don't know if he's going for a hand drag 3, but it didn't feel super comfortable.
Yeah, and Craig Murray said it to us earlier. That one, you don't really see the shape of that wall and the transition into it from most of the places that you scope. So we'll see. I mean, it's hard when you get to it and realize, oh, that's not what I thought it was going to look like. And you basically just go into survival mode at that point. And Maxime definitely handling it, but probably not getting the takeoff that he was really looking for in that particular feature.
Big backy.
All right, well, Maxime, and then this big 360, that landing pretty flat down there. He's definitely got sat down a bit. Not a huge issue, but enough for the judges to notice. They miss nothing.
It looks like a young man's cliff, that one, with flat landings that you need very fresh knees for.
Yeah, well, that is luckily right up Maxime's alley, as he is a young man, and definitely a bright rising star here on the Freeride World Tour. Don't think that that's going to put him into first, which means that very likely Ski Men is going to come down to the Extreme Verbier, which is what we all want to happen, maybe except for Maxime. I'm sure he would have enjoyed wrapping it up here today. But I think that for us, for you at home, that is a good outcome for all of it to come down to Verbier and the Extreme Verbier. So Maxime now just waiting for scores.
He said he's happy to be alive. I think he's been really shining on those more freestyle-orientated venues, and up on the ridge yesterday, he was saying he was a little nervous for the multi-loader face. It's got some serious exposure, and he didn't really shy away from that with the line choice that he made.
Yeah, absolutely. He definitely showed his big mountain chops here, and you're right. I mean, you drop out of that gate, and you were into it immediately. And yeah, I mean, for even as experienced as he is in freeride competition, he's still a young guy, and he doesn't have the experience on this face, and this face has its own whole character and difficulties of just finding where you're going, figuring out how far you can take some of those airs. So he saw the teeth of the Wildseeloader on his first run, getting bucked on an over-rotated backflip, and then the second run a little bit cleaner, but not quite picture perfect as we've come to expect from Maxime.
67 points, which is not the score he's looking for. He's sliding into 8th place. So as you had hazarded a guess there, Derek, it is going to be all to play for in the Extreme Verbier final.
So we are moving on through the categories here. Jamessa Hampton is not going to take his run this afternoon. He got pretty banged up, busting through the crust, being the first man to drop. So we are moving on to Carl Regner Eriksson. After run number 2, he was in second, but we've had 2 men push past him so far in run number 2. Sorry, I said 2, I meant 1. And he's now in 4th position. So Carl Regner Eriksson, his run was spectacular. If he's going to add to that, I don't know where it's going to be.
It's dropping into the extreme exposure with a lot of pace.
Yeah, a lot of pace. Looking like he's going to take the hustle as a double, getting over onto the right side. Nice and clean, and just connecting with the snow. Carl definitely looking good here on run number 2.
Yeah, he took that one really deep. Floating a 3 across the windlip and trying to find his next feature.
Now we saw his compatriot with the backflip here. Is he going to do it? Carl does, and perfectly clean. Hard to see from that angle if there was a little bit of a butt touchdown, but I'm sure the judges saw it through their binoculars, and roasting across. He was one of the longest airs in this lower section on run number 1. Is he going to be able to back that up here on run number 2?
Big 3, landing perfectly and just carrying that speed through the face. That is a pretty quick run from Carl Regner Eriksson.
Very nearly a mirror image of Christopher Turdel's second run. These guys scope together, they hang out together, and they often ski similar runs and similar tricks off features. So I'm very interested to see what the judges are going to do with that, because Carl was more in control at the top than Christopher, but as we rewatched what we thought was an issue for Christopher, it looked more like just a cat-like move than really a save. So I don't know, but that was a great run for Carl. He's in 4th now. Is he going to be able to move up past Leo, Christopher, or even Max?
A massive backy. Bit of a sit down there, so
I think that'll be a point of definition between him and Turdell, where he had that slight sit down. So not absolutely clean, not perfectly clean. Aaron's style and fluidity just matched. He skied fast. He was fast top to bottom there.
Anxiously awaiting a score. And puffing. It looks like hard work. That snow requires a lot of extra cardio work.
Yeah, riders just gassed as they get. And, you know, I think that's something that maybe we haven't given enough credit to. 2 Freeride World Tour runs in one day on a 500 vertical meter face is a lot to ask of the riders. Now, certainly they're up for the task, but you can see Carl looking pretty gassed after that second run. Legs, lungs, everything like, whoa. Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, it's the physical demands, and it's also the mental composure and mental stress of having to back it up with a second run. I mean, they were all excited to do it, but I think it also takes its toll.
Yeah, absolutely. These all these riders after the second run are going to be excited to get down to the barbecue, get themselves a nice sausage or pint of beer or something delicious to fill the hunger gap. So Carl Rigner Eriksson waiting for his score, waiting to see where he's going to slot in, if he's going to push either Leo, Christopher, or Max out of their podium spots currently or not. He had a great run on the first run. He was second, but 2 guys pushed in front of him so far on run number 2. Judges taking their time. Worth taking the time to get it right. All right, anxiously awaiting. It's a 92.67, which means that Carl drops into second place. Leo Slemet now into third, and Christopher Turdell down to fourth. Carl is pumped, absolutely frothing on that one. So we saw the slight control issue from Christopher Turdell, and it looks like to me that was the only point of difference on that run for Carl.
Yeah, and also because of the overall rankings at the moment, that bumps him into second position in the overall rankings of the tour.
Wow, well that is exciting. Now, the young Austrian wildcard, Max Hitzig, took the world by storm on the first run. Another one where if he's going to do it better, I don't know how, because it was picture perfect on the first run. So we saw this one take out. All right, nice and clean there for Max. We saw that one take out
Ross Tester.
Ross Tester, thank you, on the backflip. And Max seemed to just find a way to land that. So not getting the 3 on that one, toning it down a little bit, you think, Anna?
I think he's on a fun run. Big backy though, huge backy.
And taking it as a double into the, oh! He's walked out of his ski.
Yeah, that looks like, I don't know, he just popped out of his binding. It didn't look like any kind of impact, but he's...
Yeah, maybe dove the tip. I'm not sure what would cause his ski to come off, but he didn't even go down. So it obviously either, his DINs aren't super high, or it just took it off in a way where he was still balanced. Because often you see a ski dive under the crust like that and you get rocked. I mean, Jamesa is to me our most shining example of that currently.
Yeah, the devilish snow snake definitely takes many a competitor down, but I'll be looking forward to hearing from Max what happened there.
So doubling into this flip, that is just incredible. Clean landing, and then gets on that right ski. Oh, it just chattered off. Just chattered right off.
Yeah, that can happen. I mean, usually check your boots before you click in at the top of a run, but if you had a little bit of ice under your boot or something like that, it can...
Yeah, and they are loading up their skis and putting a ton of force and energy on those bindings, and sometimes the bindings are just like, no, thank you, I want to leave this party right now, and peaced out. But it's not going to affect the standings because the man is sitting in first place. He can ski down and take his spot in the hot seat. We still have a couple of riders to go, and they are both certainly capable of taking Max's spot in the hot seat. So that's going to be a no score for Max Hitzig, but the 93.33 still stands. He's number 1 so far with only 2 more men to go.
And the 2 riders that we've got up next have really different styles. We've got Abel Moga, who is really that traditional big mountain style, and then Finn Billis, who's coming to us from the Beijing Olympics. So he's got a real bag of freestyle tricks, and he interprets the face like a freestyler. He's popping, putting shifties and tricks into every air. So 2 different kind of approaches to the same face.
Yeah, really surfy, slashy style. I love to see it. And then Abel Moga going for the eagle on run number 1 with for sure the move of the day, but not quite able to carry the distance. The Eagle is deceptive from the barbecue angle face on. It just looks like a huge wall of rock, but it's also not dead vertical, so you have to go out quite a ways, and the lip is downsloping, so getting that out is tricky. So Abel Moga switching gears here. He's at start number 2, which to me means he's not going to the Eagle. I mean, unless he does an insane traverse, but I don't think that's going to happen. So looking to just get one to his feet, I think, for the young Spanish rider.
Dropping in from start too, I think that's a wise maneuver. If you have that experience on the Eagle, it's a pretty serious feature. So lining up something completely different for us off the Housel.
Yeah, flying into it, right into that sea of bomb holes. Seamless transition back onto the snow. So definitely looking good. A completely different style of riding here. And Abel Moga, part of this new generation who have big mountain chops and a deep bag of freestyle tricks. He can do whichever one is on call and required in the moment. Big backflip for Abel Moga.
Stomps it with a heavy head.
Okay, well, Abel paying off going over to this side right now as things are looking good, and he is flying into the slushy section out here on the left side, absolutely pumping this. Now this one, we've seen riders go super far. Abel, no different, shifty and the grab, so throwing Aaron style points out there, loving this run, and it must feel good for Abel to get a run down. Well, I mean, he's not there yet, but don't want to jinx him, but he is almost there, and that's got to feel good after that heavy slam on the Eagle.
Yeah, absolutely. We'd love to see it, and so cool for him to bring a completely different approach between his first and second runs, just showing his real array of skills across freeride and freestyle.
Yeah, I mean, that must be so tricky to have scoped out like 2 completely different runs, different lines, different styles on the other side of the face, but Abel making it look like the easiest thing in the world, laying that backflip out, getting the skis apart, and then landing so strong. Love to see it. And then this one, just catching the grab as he shoots across high safety there on the shifty. Really, really clean and strong run for Abel Moga. So Max still holding on to that hot seat. It's been a good year for people named Max. 93.33 is the score to beat. Abel Moga going a complete shift in tactics and sides of the venue to put himself well into the conversation here for a strong finish. 84.67. So Abel Moga is going to take 6th currently, but we are not done. We still have a man at the top. And 84.67 is certainly better than the full yard sale that he had on run number 1. So you can see strong reaction there from Abel Moga. He kind of gave a little fist pump, stoked to get that one down and kind of redeem himself with a completely different run. I got to give him so much credit for having an entirely new and different run scoped out in the pocket, ready to go for run number 2.
Yeah, definitely. That kind of negates the advantage of like training your run, but obviously his first run, maybe it didn't go today. Maybe it was not the day for the Eagle.
Not the day for the Eagle. One guy tried, it didn't work, and I'm confident to say that Finn Billes is not going to go to the Eagle because he is dropping out of start number 2. It's nearly impossible to get there. So Finn kind of just had a few things not quite work out. So hopefully we're going to see him come back swinging here, as he is a fiery, fiery rider and just oozing with that style. He's got it. We love to see it. That nose butter 3 above the exposure, so impressive. And now Finn right off the heart of the Heusel Cliff.
And seemingly training that run. He's used to the 2-run format coming from FAS Freestyle, so really just working it and perfecting. Wow.
Cork 7 downside and perfectly landing that extra little bit of rotation required. That was so good. 360 now here into the transition, a little bit sat down, but a clean-ish landing there on that one for Finn Billes.
Incredible stuff from Finn, and he is not done yet. Hurrying his way through to the next section.
So lining up for this long and low here as he comes in with a whole tank of speed. Finn Billis is going to send it all the way to the bottom of that one, and now just trying to hold on through this rough stuff, committing to the fall line. Oh, Finn.
What a straight line.
Stopping our hearts there for a moment. That is not the speed you want to be going and lose control in that section. Jamessa Hampton was going half that speed, and he got absolutely rocked. Finn Billis now buttering around to switch. Finn Billis absolutely doing what we wanted him to do, showing his style and just putting his paint strokes on this Viltseloder face.
Yeah, awesome to see him bringing some serious freestyle maneuvers in. I'm sure the Billis family are going absolutely bananas in New Zealand right now, cheering him on. And he is thankful to have made it to the bottom, I would say.
Yeah, really exciting run there for Finn. There's Craig Murray, our co-host from earlier, in the finish area to give Finn a big hug. So downside, catching the blunt grab on the tail, and then the extra rotation so he doesn't land side hill but actually lands facing down. That is the sign of a veteran in the freestyle world. He got a little sat down there. I'm not sure if that was a bomb hole or it was just a touch flat.
Yeah, we see a little duck on control, but air, style, technique, and fluidity are all jacked. So I think we're going to see a pretty decent score for Finn today.
I think so. He went so far off that wind lip too. I mean, far enough to get the cork 7 with the grab and hold onto it the whole way around. That was just absolutely exciting. Finn Billis bringing the mustache into the finish area. Nice shampoo commercial hair toss as we wait for the score. Max still holding it down in the hot seat, but Finn has done his work for the day. The work is done, and now it's time for a cool, refreshing beverage.
Taking a knee. I think it's pretty exhausting stuff out there. The judges are looking intently at their sheets. Can we see any arguments break out over scores yet?
What's up, Hank? What's up, Mum, Dad, Mads, Hunter? What's up, Flawson? All the crew back home, hope you're enjoying it.
We are enjoying it, Finn, enjoying the heck out of it. From our spot, absolutely fantastic to have Finn in the mix here at the Freeride World Tour. He was so fired up last night to just be here with the FWT family and having an absolute blast. He said he felt really honored to just be included. He's so tired. He's just sitting down, taking the hobo stance there as he just sits in the middle of the floor and waits for the score. At least it's not tiring anymore now that he's down.
Just taking a wee nap there on the Vibram mat.
Yeah, I think we can't underestimate how tiring it is for these riders to do 2 of those runs, because not only the physical aspect, but it takes a mental toll having to jack yourself back up and getting your headspace right to go again. So then once you're mentally exhausted, that is really draining on your body. And we're seeing it here firsthand from Finn. He is absolutely crushed.
Someone get that man a pillow, maybe a duvet.
Well, we're going to wait for the scores to come in. Finn, just eyes on the screen, waiting to see what the judges are going to do. They're taking their time, as that was the last man in the ski men's category. So this ranking is going to be the final piece of the puzzle in the ski men's. And let's see, 85 points. So Finn moving himself into 6th place, which is a great spot for a wild card. And speaking of great spots for a wild card, the young Austrian and his 2 Austrian homies there, Vali Rainer and Tao Krybeck. Well, a 3-week-old freeride career.
So outrageous. The only reason he actually started on his wildcard journey in Nonda was because his mum told him it would be fun. So thanks, Mum.
Yeah, and I think it is fun when you keep winning everything. So Max Hitzig, you can see the green line. Some riders putting down their top run on run 1. A lot of them putting down their best run on run number 2, which really backs up this new format and shows the value of it. Carl Regner Eriksson jumping over Leo and Christopher. Incredible there. Jamessa Hampton, unfortunately, not getting a second run as he got taken out by the crust on the first run. Craig Murray not taking the start today, but we were lucky enough to have him join us in the booth So here we go, 1, 2, 3. The young Austrian wildcard, Mats Hitzig, Carl Regner Eriksson, and Leo Slemets. So 2 very experienced competitors and one who is whose experience stacks up to exactly 3 weeks of free ride. So what does this do to the overall? Maxime Chablot holds on to the top spot. Carl Regner Eriksson jumping his way up the rankings into second, and Christopher Turdell going from on the downside of the cut, the bad side of the cut before kicking horse, to now in third overall and well within striking distance if things go his way in Verbier. Paul fourth, Max Palm dropping down, of course, as he is not here and not going to compete in the rest of the season. Leo Slemmet, Abel Moga. Jack Nichols moving up as well, and then Ross and Jamesa. Unfortunately for those guys, not able to hold it down today. I really hope that Jamesa's okay. Ross Tester as well. He looked rough after that big slam on the backflip attempt up high on this venue. And then Craig Murray not taking the start, healing a broken sternum at the moment, which is pretty full on for Craig Murray. And we head back. There is plenty more action to come here at the Freeride World Tour stop number 4 and stop number 1 in the Freeride World Tour Finals. Brand new format, really showing its value today as we make our way through the categories. You see there Maxime Chablot in the golden bib, Jess Hodder in the golden bib, holding on to that, and we are moving on to the snowboarders. So the skiers are done for the day. All skiers present and accounted for in the finish area, which means it is time for snowboarding. Our snowboard men are going to kick things off. Cody Bramwell will be the first man, and then Anna, I mean, it's anybody's game still.
Yeah, I think we've got a lot to see from the field. We've got our wild card, Bernie Stock, who's probably going to bring in some more freestyle elements and clean up his first run a little bit. A couple of crashes. We've got Ludo Guillaudiat starting last, and he's our current leader from this event. So it'll be interesting to see if he tries to one-up it. He's in a really competitive position to watch the other riders send their lines and then adjust his line accordingly.
Yeah, it's almost as if the freeride gods knew that that Ludo was going to put down a smoking run on his first one, and when we drew bibs for run number 2, put him at the end. It is a really strong position to be in because you know exactly what you have to do. But before we get to Ludo, we have a lot of other talented riders. Cody Bramwell with the Union Jack on his helmet. We have seen fireworks out of this man. He was position 5 after the first run, so we know that he's going to want to push that way up and get himself into a podium spot here on the Wildsee-Loader in Fieberbrunn.
Yeah, he was not happy with his first run. He was shaking his head as he came through the finish, so I feel like he's going to train it and clean it up.
So airing up above the exposure, and now Cody down into the Häuselcliff zone. Is he going to find a cleaner exit through this? He does. He gets a little bit more out to the right and finds a perfectly clean landing. So that's what Cody Bramwell needed to do. Exactly what he needed to do. That was very well executed. And now he gets into his bread and butter on this lower section.
Big backflip, stomps it and surfs his way down the slush. Looking like he's finding his groove out there on the face today.
Yeah, this is the Cody Bramwell that we know and love. Finding an upper deck takeoff from that one and a landing that had no bomb holes in it. This is going to be critical for these riders later in the day, as some of the features definitely have a lot of tracks in them. But Cody doing the exact right thing. Different takeoff, different landing, making sure those bomb holes don't trouble him.
Yeah, showing some real veteran freeride skills there and scoping and improving from that first run.
Yeah, and I think we kind of need to recognize that while Ludo is in the hot seat, he's sitting on 78 points, so it is certainly an accomplishable goal for these riders. A big back three there for Cody, and perfectly landed. So that 78-point run of Ludo Guillaudiat looking at risk right now from the first man, and this is what we expected. And again, I just can't say enough about the two-run format. The riders proving its value here as they are able to do exactly what we hoped they would be able to do, which is go back up and do it better.
Absolutely, and Ludo was the first rider from run one, and the judges don't want to go too high or too low, so that was a really classic anchoring score. It was a solid run. He got 78 points, and yeah, there's still a lot of room to move above.
Yeah, Cody Bramwell making a very strong case for himself. Aaron Style absolutely pinned up against the ceiling there, and all of the other ones very close behind. That backflip up high, Cody getting a hand down, but not looking like it was really holding out. I would say that was more of a style element.
I agree. It was a thing of beauty.
And then coming into this low one with the back three, no issue there. There was never even a hint that that wasn't going to work. So Cody Bramwell once again making a very strong case, jogging across the finish line as he was coming from way, way out on the left side. Getting a sweat going. So the judges now are going to get to work. This is where it gets tricky for them, comparing first runs to second runs, but they're wasting no time. 84 points for Cody Bramwell, and we have a new man in the hot seat.
He will be happy with that one.
Cody has been touring the world, doing the Krusty Lips. I had to laugh. He went to, we just saw Blake Marshall in the background.
We did.
A guest
a
appearance.
Sly Kiwi.
Cody went to Greece to go snowboarding and found the best snow of his season at the most unexpected places. So folks, sometimes you never quite know where you're going to find powder. A week of powder riding in Greece was unexpected, but a lovely treat for Cody.
Indeed.
Well,
So
we head back up, and Blake Moeller, another rider who did not put down the dream run, but he certainly has it in his pocket to unleash a barrage of freestyle tricks and great riding and such a fantastic attitude. Fun to be around, fun to watch snowboarding. Everything Blake does just oozes with style.
And Blake's at the back of the pack so far with his first run score, so everything is counting on this run for him today. Huge take on the Housel Air and just absolutely hussing out of there, making that heel side edge grip as he rips into the next section of the face.
Now getting lower than the windlip that we saw Cody flip, but going massive over the whole thing. Haven't seen anybody hit it like that. I wondered why he skipped the windlip feature. Well, that's why, because he had something in store for us. So a huge air there for Blake Moeller as he comes across this flat middle section, absolutely flying. We don't see it from Blake often, but he has no speed limit, basically. One of the best fast riders on the Freeride World Tour.
Well, he's definitely been flashing the face in that upper section. Let's see what he's got lined up for the bottom to complete his line score.
Yeah, so tricky snow conditions here, but firing off there with a 360 and clean. So Blake Moeller coming out swinging in run number 2. We've got 2 men down and 2 absolutely spectacular runs. These guys, this 2-run format, it's just delivering in spades right now.
It's absolutely firing, and the organization put the snowboard categories last because they usually do better in the slushier snow, and you really see that, snowboard men, we saw so many falls in the first run, and now they're just coming out swinging.
Yeah, butter to butter there in the finish area. Blake just spinning his way onto the Vibram mat, and a big hug from Cody. These guys both did not get their way in run number 1 and then run number 2. This, that wasn't it, but his air on the Heusel Cliff, that was it. That was just a different angle.
Different angle, yeah. It was huge.
Love the way he took that one, and the best way to avoid the bomb holes and getting caught up in them is to just fly past all of them.
He definitely did that, and I'm looking forward to seeing his line because it was very direct there. Like, he wasted no time between features, just taking so much speed through.
Yeah, real strong run there for Blake Moeller as he now waits for the scores, waits to see what the judges are going to do with that. The judges definitely going to be working hard. 84 for Cody. Blake adding a couple line elements in there. Really, really interesting, and such a Blake Moeller take on the face, just dripping style all the way down. And he is at the bottom. We see the number come in, 86.67. Blake Moeller taking over the hot seat. So these two guys not having their way on run number 1, and now completely shaking up the standings on run number 2.
The 2-run format, I'm here for it.
Yeah.
It's been something to see today.
Incredible there for Blake and Cody, just exchanging blows back to back for bang runs. And for sure we have another one coming up, another man who did not have things go his way in run number 2, the Golden Bib, the Boucle d'Or, Goldilocks as they call him in French. This guy, he has figured out the code this year, the cheat code to keep himself on his feet in run after run after run, and he has a commanding lead in the overall title chase right now. Camille Armand is on course.
So getting a bit more shade coming across the Housel Cliff, so I think that might have some refreezing ramifications in the landing, which I'm sure all the riders have been thinking about with their second run. He takes it, and I think he rode out of that clean. We'll have to have another look, but
yeah, hard to tell. He kicked up a big cloud there, taking the different approach, and I think the way that Blake approached that was speeding over the bomb holes was probably wise, as we definitely saw Kemi get caught up. Hard to tell if he put a hand down or a butt down, but going into this one, which worked out really well for him last time, nice and clean. He's still, his track from run 1 is still the only other track off that feature in run number 2 as we make our way down. And Kemi in the open section now, is he gonna find a big feature in this lower section to step things up as we saw Blake and Cody do? Moving across now, Camille Armand coming back towards at least what we saw Blake hit. I wouldn't be surprised to see a large backflip off this from Camille.
it takes it just a little long and straight and is pinning it through to the finish. So I think that was a great run from Kemi, but I don't know if it's going to hassle the guys at the top of the ranking so far for this event.
Yeah, I think you're dead on in that assessment, Anna. It looked like just a little bit more conservative there from Camille Armand, which is a little off-brand, honestly, for him. He's usually the ultra sender, but also Camille Armand is looking at a huge lead in the overall, and he doesn't need to do that much to hold on to that. He just needs to kind of finish in the mix. And we still have Verbier, where he is, I would say, a specialist in that big face.
So technique is really strongly scored by the video judge. He also has dot control somewhat, so we'll have to ask the judges what they thought of that landing.
Well,
the
that
first
view,
air.
yeah, that view that we just saw was a slightly better pickup on it, and you could definitely see that he definitely touched down on his butt, and then a little ollie on that one. Wondering if that was exactly the way he wanted to do that, because it just looked like it was a little shorter than he expected. But I feel like it's hard to carry speed into that one, and that's where Blake's run now looks even stronger, as he did find a way to just pump into that. So 64 even for Camille Armand, better than his first run, but not that much better. So that puts him into 5th place right now. And really, the more people you see go into an area and have it not go their way, the better it makes Blake's run look, which I think really justifies the score, the big score that the judges threw at that. But we go right back to the top. There is no rest on a 2-run day here in Fieberbrunn. Stop number 1 of the Freeride World Tour Finals. Vernie Stock, 56.33. It's safe to say it didn't go to plan on run number 1 for the Austrian wildcard. He has such a deep bag of tricks, and freestyle is his vibe.
Yeah, but I think he's used to sending those tricks in much more favorable conditions. So a lot of our freestyle-orientated wildcards today have had their work cut out for them, but let's see if he can clean up this run.
So he went in hot on this one last time, and the exact same issue there for Vernie Stock, just going down on a heel side turn, the board kind of washing out from under him. It's tough to shed speed in there once you have it, and it actually gets a little steeper and more concave. So tricky. Now Vernie coming in to this trick jump. Oh, and just coming a little unstuck, slight over rotation as we see Vernie Stock. It didn't slow him down, though. He's not going to take any docks for fluidity on that one.
Yeah, he's still absolutely hurrying through the face and trying to navigate on his heel side this really funky snow, chucking in a shifty there.
All right, so Vernie Stock now coming across the flats, getting out into the snowboarders' prime time zone. They love it out here year after year, and sending a massive 360 so fast. That roll-away takeoff, you cannot underestimate how difficult that is. It's all pop, and he made that look easy. That is the Vernie Stock we know and love.
Yeah, that was silky smooth, and he's just slashing a few more turns in that soft snow out in the sun, but getting caught up. Oh, damn.
Oh, just plugging in the crust there. Just a true indication that it's not over till it's over.
Until the fat lady sings, or you ride through that finish line.
Yeah, so that's unfortunate for Vernie there. Significant control issue up high on the face, and then one of the most beautiful 360s. So that's a run of contrasts there for Vernie Stock. And you said it, Anna, tricky for these wildcards to come into these conditions and throw down at their best, and just really showing, looking at this back three, I mean, it couldn't have been better. It could not have been better. That was so clean and so fast. And then, yeah, unfortunately, you can see the little blob of red ink there where things just kind of stopped for him. Unfortunately, coming undone. So Vernie was so happy to have this guy wildcarding into this event. The Austrian wildcards really showing. So 61, a bit better than last time, putting him into 6th position so far with only one man left at the top of the face. So Vernie Stock, happy to have him on board here in the Freeride World Tour. The Austrian legend lighting it up, and just some electric moments. Not clean top to bottom, but the moments that were hot were red hot.
The temperature was high, and we've got 2 more riders left to drop into snowboard men category.
Yes, Michael Mon laced his run, 4 360s, I think, or 3 or 4 on his run on the last one. All off smaller features, which was, I think, the primary difference with Ludo's score than Michael's, is he had the freestyle element, but it was on smaller features. Going, again, backing himself by going in this really exposed traverse on the way in, really setting up nicely for the Goofy Foots, able to do it on the toe side, which I think is just a little bit less scary and easier to hold that edge control.
Working his way into the chute there. They're going to air into it.
Into the
solid.
Airing into the Antimatten entrance and looking solid. This is Michael Mon's bread and butter. The steeper and gnarlier it gets, the better his technique becomes. And I'm not sure if that was a heel side slash or he went down. He kind of disappeared in his spray. Hopefully it was a slash, but the judges have the binos on him, and he comes into this trick jump wind lip, getting the backside 3 there with the grab, so the judges are going to eat that up as he makes his way down into this cliff section. So much better snow conditions for these riders on run number 2.
And getting the grab on his second cliff as well. He's looking like he's getting in the flow. He's out of the shade into the sun, and hopefully that snow plays the way he wants it to.
So Michael Mon just carving his way across the middle section of this run. There are other features down below here. Is he going to be able to stack them up and make use to getting into, finding another one, another 360 there for Michael Mon as he comes in here, holding the pace, airing through the bushes. Oh, getting caught up though and tripping.
Yeah, tripwire in the bushes takes him down, but he's continuing on, checking if he's got his GoPro. But he's looking a little rattled. Maybe he took most of that impact to the head, so I think he's just hitting down quietly.
Yeah, I think his goggles maybe came dislodged. You get hit in the face by a bunch of branches, and your goggles get all twisted, and the foam sitting over your eyes where it's supposed to be. You can see still kind of trying to figure it out. So unfortunate mishap there for Michael Mon, just getting caught up in those bushes, and that is not going to be his dream run for run number 2 here in Fieberbrunn. But he was sitting on a decent score from run number 2. We'll see how it stacks up after we add Cody and Blake's really strong run. I think that's going to push him down to 4th if he's counting the first run. Looking like he's a little sore though, Michael Mon, coming out of this run.
definitely not the second run that he wanted.
So this right here just shows the Michael Mon technique. Technically probably one of the most solid riders on the tour. Losing that heel side edge a little bit there, catching the mute grab there on the front side 3. But then as we got into this lower section, I like the way he did that. We haven't seen anybody else use that feature, getting bounced a bit and then unfortunately having a bit of a run-in with the bushes on the lower part. I hope he's okay, as you can see him and Blake kind of checking things out.
He's looking like he's got a bit of a sore head there. And 40 points, that will be his throwaway score for the day.
So fourth place for Michael Mon. Ludo now sitting in third with Cody Bramwell in second and Blake Moeller holding down the lead. Is Ludo Guillotiat going to be able to step it up and take Blake or Cody out of their current spots? Unclear so far. I'll be curious to see if Ludo does that big traverse to get those airs. They were definitely worth going to on the first run. Is he going to be able to stack something else up to add to his score from the first run?
The bar has been raised. He's got his work cut out for him, and he's still taking on the House of Cliff. But washing out a bit in that sea of bomb holes, it's not easy work.
It's really not, and it appears with the way the bomb holes have increased in that section, that the way Blake took it with the speed to clear them. Little 360 there, almost like a nose press 360. And now Ludo, so he's not going for the huge traverse that he went for on the last run. He's staying over in the sunny side, a big air there, and catching perfect transition. Seamless transition back from the air to the landing. So Ludo definitely making a case for himself, but it's going to be tough to knock Blake off with that control issue that he had on the Heusel Cliff.
He is still heading over to the right side. Is he going to make those same features? Looks like he is training his first line again.
Yeah, he had this one side hill. He's got a bit more speed, a bunch more speed actually as he comes up. It almost goes uphill there, and he's the only track off that, making that look easy. So Ludo, I mean, these airs in this section are really, really good, and I'd say almost underutilized today, as the snow over there is dry, there's steep transition, and really clean again there for Ludo. So it's unfortunate for him that it didn't work out at the top, because that was an improvement on the lower section. I think he rode that better than he did the first time.
Yeah, but I think he will be punished a little for the control issues, and the Blake Moeller's run, Cody Bramwell's run was just stacked with features and bringing in those freestyle elements. So
and clean, top to bottom clean, no control issues for those guys. So likely there for Ludo to hold that third spot, which is a really solid finish here in this category. For, oh yeah, you can see him. He just picked up a bunch of speed, and it's tricky mentally to just stay in the fall line there. But when you try to make a turn and you haven't got control because you're not balanced, then as soon as the board gets sideways, unfortunately, it kind of washes out, and you see the board get out from under the feet, and the butt comes down. But the rest of Ludo's run really solid there, and you can see it in the judges. They love the line. Love the line. Line score jacked, but control a little down, unfortunately, for the French rider. But all in all, a solid day out on the board for Ludo Guillotiat.
yeah, I hope he's had a good time, because we've enjoyed watching it. I don't think he's happy with the run.
Yeah, if you speak French out there, you'll know that that is a correct assessment of Ludo's current mood. So waiting the judges, they got their work cut out for them there, but I think with that control issue, it's not going to trouble Cody and Blake, and he's already in third, so strong. Wow. Well, I mean, we're going to wait for the scores to assess final standings, but Ludo just anxiously waiting to see what they had. Really liked the line, so not as good. His first run was dead clean, so that makes sense based on that control issue. 66, so you saw the first run in green there. That's going to be the one that counts. And the man in the hot seat, Blake Moeller, if our math is correct, and I feel confident in it because it's not complicated math, is going to put him in first place on the day. We'll have a look here at our standings in a second. Blake Moeller lighting it up there on run number 2. After first run not going your way, how do you reset mentally to put down that blasting second run?
Honestly, I was just like, me and Cody were talking, we just had to laugh off the first one because honestly, we felt bad for the crowd after both of our first runs that they had to even watch that go down. So I'm just happy happy we bounced back.
Well, we're happy you bounced back as well, Blake. Taking the W here in Fieberbrunn. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you, Foos. Love you, Foos.
A little love there for you, Derek. And the day is not done yet.
All right, so here's where we ended up in snowboard men. Blake Moeller and Cody Bramwell taking their keepers on run number 2. Ludo and Michael keepers on run number 1. And Camille Armand. So even split there. It's a nice symmetry on the scoreboard there. Green, green, green across. But Blake Moeller and Cody Bramwell using that 2-run format to their huge advantage to put themselves at the top.
Let's cross over to check out our podium getters. So we've got Blake Moeller in first, Cody Bramwell in second, and Ludo Guillaudiat in third. These guys have put down some heaters today.
Yeah, such an exciting day, and all three with very different runs. It's what I love about the Viltiloader. The options, the ways you can interpret this thing all over the place. And look at what's happened to the overall standings. Blake Moeller just squeaking ahead of Camille Armand, and Cody Bramwell moving himself up from the bubble position into third. So incredible shakeup in the snowboard men's standings. And this is where those extra points available in the finals really come into play. So Blake Moeller going into the first place. Well, we are halfway through the snowboarding run number 2. We've done the men. Now the women are on tap for their second run. The women are going to be loving the change in conditions now. It's soft. I feel like Anna, much more conducive for exciting snowboarding now that it's slushy.
Definitely. We were all here for a slush party this afternoon. Our first rider is Celia Petrug of Switzerland, and I don't think she was happy with her first run, so she'll be looking to find a few more features to pack in, bump up her line score, and hopefully bring in some of those freestyle elements that we know and love her for.
Yeah, such a difficult task for somebody from the slopestyle world to just drop into the Freeride World Tour on one of the biggest, gnarliest faces on the whole circuit. Never done this before, never done visual inspection before, and then just like, well, here you go, have at her. And we saw it a little bit with Celia's approach on the first run, but I think, as you say, run number 2 is going to be, she's got one in her belt now, or under her belt, and she's going to be able to kind of come out swinging a little bit. So Celia going back to the well in this this far couloir. It's out of the sun now. What do you think that's doing to the snow?
I think we might have a refreeze situation going on. I don't think it'll be too bad within this chute, but I think it's a better option to go in here than to the Housel at this point in the day. And she's working her way through there. There's not so much difficulties with slough now, and she's probably moved through that a little more fluidly than in her first run. She's sitting in third position right now for this event, so if she can lock in a few more cliffs and bring in some freestyle features, we can see her bump that right up.
Yeah, already cleaner than she was through there on the first run. 180 off that riding out switch and then reverting back around to regular. So Celia looking way more aggressive already than she did in the first run.
And bringing a lot more pace as well. She's looking pretty smooth out there.
So skipping those features, the judges are going to notice that anytime you ride past a feature, the line score really goes down. They kind of work on a thermometer system with the scoring, and it goes hot when you fly off stuff, and then it cools when you go past stuff. So that's definitely going to affect the line score for Celia as she now comes into this lower section, picking things up again.
Taking a little air there with a grab.
Love the method. That is this skier's favorite snowboard trick. And now putting her foot on the gas, Cecilia moves across out into the really slushy part of this lower section of the Viltiloader. You can see the track she's leaving, just dreamy surf conditions down there.
She's got a couple more features that she could pack in there if she can locate them. And she's moving her way down into the lower cliff band, hopefully finding a nice little takeoff there.
Yeah, and lining herself up on top of this one, sliding in on the heel side edge, catching the grab, and clean out. So Celia definitely making a case for herself to move up, where we're seeing her hit those big features and bringing the thermometer and the temperature back up at the bottom, which is a pretty smart move. You got to get those temperatures firing. You know, it's beach weather, so we want it hot at the bottom here. Celia now surfing her way down the lower section of the venue. That is going to be it for her 180, and then buttering back around, having fun out here. She was so excited to be invited and involved in this Freeride World Tour event. You could just see she was buzzing, kind of so stoked to be around the other riders and just get to be involved in something brand new for her.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope she just has a really great experience today, and it motivates her to dip more into the freeride world, because bringing in that creative freestyle approach into the snowboard women category, it'll be super sick. So airing into that chute, I think the judges will notice that, and it'll bump up her score a little bit, not just to ride into that exposure, but to back yourself to take a bit of air in there. And then this bottom air was solid as well. She definitely washed some speed coming into it, but landed it really well. So fluidity is a little down, but really good for control, and I think that will be an improvement on her first score.
Yeah, that was a steep learning curve there for the Swiss wildcard, but definitely showing that she learned a ton just from the first run. I mean, that is a limited field of experience to draw from when you've done one run, and then you gotta figure it out and really quickly take that experience and apply it to run number 2, and she moves up a bunch, 61, so she's actually put herself into second place there for the Swiss wildcard. But of course, she is only the first rider in the field on the women's side, so there's going to be a couple other people looking to take a piece out of that one as we go right back up to the top for our next rider riding out of France, Tiffany Perretin. There's just, it's so exciting here as we kind of try to figure out what second runs are going to look like. Tiffany dancing, finding her groove. She's sitting on a 73.33 from run number 1, which put her into first place by a decent margin. So in this position, Anna, do you step it up, or do you just try to lean on that first run?
I think her first run was really incredible, so if she can ride that with like a pinch more confidence from landing the first one so well, I think she can bump that score up again and hold on to that lead.
So a slight pause there, and that gives even a little bit more credit to the way that Celia entered that chute with the air. As you said, those kinds of things up high are really, really a great way to catch the judges' attention. Tiffany, she's no stranger to the steeps. Going down there, unfortunately, just losing her heel side edge and then sliding through. The way she attacked this last time, racing her slough, the judges absolutely loved. I think you're absolutely right, Anna, on the fact that that is starting to refreeze.
Yeah, but she's in the sun now, and I would bank that she will stay there. So hitting in with a 180, but taking it down on her heel side edge.
Yeah, a little bump there. So far, now Tiffany just moving on a bit of a heel side trajectory, getting in above these cliffs though. So lining up off this one, right off the toe edge, and unfortunately bouncing out of that one as well. Taking off that toe edge into the transition of angles from takeoff to landing is such a difficult thing to do.
So I think she'll be feeling a little rattled from 2 control issues, so I don't know if she'll be able to improve on her score at this point, but maybe she'll pull one out of the bag for us.
Well, and she has a strong score. This is where this 2-run thing really starts to show its strength. She has a strong score already from run number 1. So for Tiffany, this one, you know, if you have one that's a throwaway, she can already kind of rest on that and know that she's got a banger in the bag. And kind of, yeah, as you said, you're feeling a little rattled. You have a couple control issues, but she's not going to be too fussed about it because she does have a good score. So Tiffany Perretin now just getting off the face, getting into this lower section, moving across. And I think for her, that's not going to be the keeper run.
I wouldn't imagine so. I think her first run was so solid. One small control issue, but the rest of it was pretty perfection. She took a lot of pace and the most air out of snowboard women that we've seen so far today.
Yeah, so just making her way across the bottom towards the FWT finish arch. The Wildsee-Loader delivering once again. Always exciting on this face. And so cool to hear this morning they re-upped the contract. 5 more years of Fieberbrunn at least. I think the partnership on both sides, both parties just loving being involved with the other. The World Tour, of course, having just such a great time here year after year after year. This place delivers those moments that we watch on the highlight reels later. Tiffany, we're seeing her second run. Just a couple big issues, and you can see there on the judges' bars, control down. Unfortunately, multiple control issues on that one. Yeah, 47.33, but she is still going to take her spot in the hot seat because she owns it from run number 1, so no sweat there.
Shouting out to all her homies across the Alps and taking a seat in the hot seat.
Yes, so we do have 2 riders left up top, and if I were Tiffany, I'd be sweating because both of these riders are proven event winners, and they know how to do it on the big faces. They're veterans of the Freeride World Tour. Erica Vikander wearing the golden bib. She had a 55 even on run number 1. Is she going to be able to better that score on run number 2, dropping out of start number 2 as it starts to shade over start number 2? Definitely a change in character. Are we going to see another rider go into that chute?
And where she got caught up was actually in that chute. She was one of the first snowboarders to go in, and you saw her kind of get flushed through. It was really difficult for slough management, but I think a lot of that has cleared away. So now it will be a different issue in here. It will be just managing that snow hardening up a little bit. So she's taking her time, finding her entrance.
Yeah, and getting in this high entrance. It's so steep there, and you can see it rolls away. So the judges are going to be loving that, taking the most difficult way in there. Now Erica moving toe side, taking that approach of getting really close to the wall to snap the turn. It gives you the most real estate in that narrow chute to actually get over to the other side rather than being pressed up against the rock wall. And exiting on the toe side, slash turn again, and finding her way out into the sunshine. So very clean through the chute there for Erica Vikander, as she's now going to make her way into probably what is a much more favorable snowfield.
Getting the indie grab there as she moves her way down to the next features.
Yeah, I'd like to see her tweaking that out, catching the little double there, and now just slashing her way through. She's still riding in the shade, so I wonder what that's done to the snow, but it is going to give her another feature as she moves over to this nugget. Quick method there, so every feature so far for Erica has added that element of style. Aaron style, one of the categories the judges love to see it, and it really starts to ramp up the scores for these riders.
So she is coming down in the middle of the face above the channel. Will she dare to dip her toes in it?
Yeah, the channel has not paid off for a lot of riders here today. A bunch of people getting caught up in there, but Erica now finding the other side of the channel, and there's a bunch of features here in this section, but the snow is tricky. So it's going to be critical that she holds on to her board skills there. Another air and getting the grab. So every single one has a grab so far. Erica really ramping up the air and style as she's making her way through here. Tricky snow, interesting to choose to go where the snow's more difficult, but I think you always have that balance between getting the line score of extra features, but knowing the snow is going to be harder to ride.
And Erica running it out onto the flats, showing really good board control through that super funky snow, which is difficult to navigate on one edge.
Yeah, definitely making it look smooth. And to me, that's kind of the trademark of Erica Vikander on a snowboard. It always looks smooth. She's always got the style, the energy, and literally every single feature had a grab, and there were a lot of them. So will be a fascinating look into the judges' minds to see what that is going to, or how that's going to stack up with Tiffany taking this really difficult entrance. You can see the line score way up, but fluidity a little bit down. Oh man, the judges have their work cut out for them with this one.
Yeah, there's kind of two different ways that you can try and build that line score. It's by picking up a few bigger features, or what Erica has done by like stacking up multiple smaller ones with like good style features as well.
Yeah, and I think from a strategy point of view for Erica there, at this time of day with the snow changing, going for the big features was probably not the move. So 66 even there for Erica, which puts her into second, right behind Tiffany Perrotin. So she's going to be keeping her score from run number 2. And for the woman sitting in the golden bib, that is a strong result here in Fieberbrunn, and I think that's going to continue her climb up the rank, or not climb because she's at the top, but secure and cement her spot up there at the top of the rankings.
And we have got our last rider of the day, Austrian Freeride World Tour champ Manu Mandl. She took a big slam in the first run of the day, and she's obviously an absolute pro. She's got herself limbered up and ready for her second run.
Well, and Manuela is such a strategist. She knows what it takes to win on these big faces. This is what she rides for fun all the time. Oh, almost having a little wobble there on the ridge top, but you can't underestimate the exposure that she's in right now at the top of the Wildseeloader.
Yeah, there's a side that we can see as an audience, and there's also a drop-off and a lot of rocks on the backside, so it's a sketchy ridge to work your way down.
Yeah, Manuela getting an air there in an area where everyone else has been traversing, so that's going to really bode well for her as she is up and above the Heusel Cliff. Is she going to bite that off? This is a very, very exposed area, and as we've seen the shadow moving across the face, it's definitely changing the snow, and I think she's going to wisely move out a bit more to the rider's right and get herself into this couloir. Now, this is where we saw her pick up a ton of speed and then get absolutely thrashed on the first run. So I'm hopeful that Manuela doesn't have to experience that again.
Yeah, she's taking a more relaxed approach through that chute, not taking so much speed because she took that slam by kind of straight lining the chute in the first run. So working her way through.
In this terrain, once you get that speed, it's really hard to get rid of it because it just stays steep for such a long time. This is a huge face, 500 vertical meters, and there's nowhere in that area to shed your speed. So taking that slightly more conservative approach, I think, is really wise for Manuela. You can see the snow conditions are tricky up there.
She's trying to find some features to link together for us. Here comes an air riding out into the center there of the face. Trying to find some slush turns in the sun. Manu Mandl is heading out over towards the Brennig area on the looker's right now, taking another air. And just stacking up those features, trying to build the line score.
Yeah, so definitely a more conservative approach on this run for Manuela Mandl, but she has added a bunch of features, and she rode in a very, very steep technical part of the face up high. So trying to make a case for herself to get into podium contention after that big crash. Manuela now coming across here and now picking up speed, kind of her trademark, riding fast, riding aggressive, and always in the steepest part of whatever venue we're on. So Manuela Mandl now coming in to this lower section, lining it up.
Taking a slightly different takeoff to avoid the bomb holes, which is really smart, and just letting it run until she's back in the sun and has some soft snow to play with.
And she is in, well, she's not in the clear, but she's in the easier part of the face here. She's just going to make her way down to the bottom. I think the judges are not going to love the fluidity on that one. There was definitely some moments where she wasn't at full throttle, but I can also 100% understanding wanting to let off the gas a little bit after what her first run ended up.
So I think she's pretty stoked to have made this run to her feet and to the bottom.
So as soon as we hit the level, the score will go.
It's high.
Yep, she is saying that the snow conditions are firming up out there. So that would explain a little less pedal to the metal in this run from Manu Mandl, but she's stacked up a bunch of features and she's shown really great board handling skills, great technique, great control. So we'll see what the judges make of the score.
I did it, yeah. And it was no mistake. Yeah, and I did like just redempting. It's not easy, doing this.
So Manu Mandl having a wee chat with Tiff Peretin, who's sitting in the hot seat quite comfortably at this point. These two have just had a little Canadian holiday together after the Kicking Horse stop. They did a road trip around the Canadian Rockies and Revelstoke, Rogers Pass, and did a lot of ski touring together. So the vibe is high in the finish line. Not sure if Manu did exactly what she wanted to do today, but she's got a smile on her face as we await the final score of the day.
But the snow is so bad. Like the snow is, it looks like it might be nice, but then you always get like
And Manu Mandl testifying to the fact that as the day has gone on, that shadow casting over the Wildsieloder face has really added a difficult dimension to the riding in between features. And she'll keep her second run of the day with 64.33 points, which is good enough for a podium today.
Oh, so I'm third. Woo!
She is happy with that one. Getting a little bones there from her fellow Austrian, Max Hitzig. And that is a wrap on our riders today. It has been an absolute screamer of a competition. The two-run format really proving its weight. So we are going to head to the finish line to check in with Tiffany Peretin. Tiffany, your first run today was absolutely incredible. How did it feel dropping into that chute at the top there?
It was good. I really want to do this shoot. It was, my goal to do this. So, and I like couloir, so I did it.
You did it so well, and you brought some serious air time to your run today and rode with a lot of speed. How challenging was that snow?
Hard for my legs. Like at the end, I didn't have more legs.
Yeah, I bet. Well, congratulations on a commanding win today. Really well done. We're so excited to see you in the final.
Me too. Thanks.
So that is our snowboard women category wrapped. Tiffany Peretin of France taking a commanding win with her first run, and all the other riders managing to train their runs with that second run format and bump up their scores. So we've got Erica Vikander, our current leader, in second, and let's see, someone's crunching the numbers, doing the maths, trying to figure out how the overall rankings are affected by the results of today. We'll check out those shortly, but amazing debut from Celia Petrig, our wildcard today. And here is our podium of the day. We've got Tiff Peretin in the middle in number one, then Erica Vikander and Manu Mandl. These snowboard women are so victorious to have made it down the face in challenging conditions today. And yeah, a lot of hype, a lot of stoke out there. Congrats, girls. And here are our overall rankings. Erica Vikander still holds on to the lead at 30,000 points. Tiff Peretin could still bring it back in the last event of the season, with Manu Mandl still challenging the girls down in third position there. So heading into Verbier, it's all to play for, so they've got to bring the heat for the last comp.
Well, we are joined here by the ultimate wild card, Max Hitzig. What a day for you. Tell me how it feels to go from learning you're getting a wild card into the Freeride World Tour to standing at the top of the podium in this field.
Yeah, it feels still unreal to me. Standing in Austria on the podium, so cool. I'm so stoked, yeah.
Yeah, so I think we haven't talked about that enough. You are Austrian. You won the Austrian stop. What do you think the crowd is doing when you got down here and were in first place? Unbelievable.
Yeah, I think they were cheering me, and yeah, I was sending it for Austria, for the people.
So tell us about your journey. I mean, you've gone from wildcarding into a 4-star to wildcarding into the finals to finding out you qualified for the tour and then just coming here as a wildcard and winning this. I mean, that is a roller coaster you've been through in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, 3 weeks ago I wasn't allowed to ski 4-star competitions in the qualifiers, and now I'm qualified for the tour and won the Fieberbrunn stop. Yeah, that's crazy. Only in 3 weeks. I'm so stoked and so glad to be in the tour for next year.
Well, we are very excited to have you in the tour for next year. We're going to take a look at your run, and why don't you just walk us through what went down, what you did, and how it felt?
Yeah, first I was dropping in, having fun on the wind lip. Then I skied into the steep couloir and did a big 360 out of it into the landing from the Häusle cliff. Landing was really good, already soft in the morning. Then I traversed to the wind lip. Wanted to go straight there, but decided to do a 360 just for fun. Afterwards, I did a backflip over the cliff. It felt really good, really nice airtime, and snow was also already good in the morning. And yeah, then my run was nearly finished. I only showed some skiing and hit some air rollers and small jumps. That was my run, yeah.
What an incredible run, just from top to bottom, every single time you were in the air. For us in the booth, and I think for the people at home, it never looked like there was even the slightest chance of it going wrong. This is incredible confidence for someone who's pretty young, but also new to this sport. I mean, obviously you've been skiing and doing these tricks, but how different does it feel, or does it feel different doing it in competition?
No, I ski all winter long and train these tricks every day. So if I ski at home or in the competition, the tricks feel exactly the same, and yeah, I feel confident with it.
Well, the confidence shows. Max, congratulations. Thanks for joining us here, and a force to be reckoned with. This young man, the Austrian, winning the Austrian stop. Congratulations, Max.
Thanks. Really cool.
Today's winner and holding the golden bib. Jess, earlier you said, I can't believe I'm wearing this. Well, you just really cemented your position in that golden bib. How are you feeling right now?
Super stoked, happy to be alive, really.
Yeah, so run number 2, definitely a little different for you, a little rougher. How are you feeling physically?
I'm all good. My knee's just a tiny bit twinged, but it's absolutely fine. Yeah, just, that was a pretty big tomahawk.
Yeah, we'll check it out here. Have you seen it yet? No, I haven't. All right, well, why don't you run us through what set things in motion here?
So I screwed up the takeoff. I screwed up the takeoff a little bit. Oh, I can't quite see it. Hold on. Five, 6. We're still going? How many rotations did I get? you counting?
All right. Well, that was a lot of tomahawks. I'm glad you're okay. But maybe we'll leave the crash aside and talk about the positive side, which is a win here in Fieberbrunn. Before we started this competition, you said you had some unfinished business on this face. How are you feeling about that now that you're standing on top of the podium?
I actually still have that unfinished business with this with this face. I really wanted to hopefully go for a backflip or a 3 today, and unfortunately with that second run I missed the kicker that I wanted to hit a 3 on, and the backflip jump kind of went today but not really, so hopefully get it in good conditions next year and can go get some redemption.
Redemption on the redemption, and as far as redemption goes, even though you didn't get the flip, you took the win here. So you know, it was a tough start to the season for you with that crash in Bakura, but a dream recovery. I mean, talk about the mental process of going from that big crash and, you know, falling off a cliff and everything to where you're at now.
Yeah, it was a pretty big mental challenge. Definitely standing at the top of the face in Andorra, was feeling it a little bit, especially after watching one of those other guys crash and go down pretty hard. Yeah, therapy, guys. Therapy's hot.
Therapy is what it's all about. Jess Hodder, now we're going to Verbier. Things are looking good for you right now. Where do you go sitting, you know, where do you go into that? You're just riding a wave of confidence?
Yeah, I think as far as Verbier, I know how scary that face is, and I really just want to get down in one piece. I think that's kind of the goal this season, is just to get down in one piece, you know? Be alive at the bottom, be happy, be smiling. But yeah, no, I've had a really good time so far, and yeah, just excited to continue it on, hopefully in Verbier.
Fantastic. Getting down in one piece, kids at home, that's how you do it. That's how you get the golden bib. Jess Hodder winning here and holding the golden bib. Thanks for your time, and thank you for your performance on this face. Absolutely spectacular. Cheers, dude. Well, we were very lucky to get the Red Bull skydiving team out here. Of course, Red Bull home in Austria, and these guys hopping out of the heli and then shooting across the squirrel suits, the formation flying, the smoke show above the Wildseeloder. After a day of spectacular action, we are being treated to an even more spectacular show as these guys doing the speed flying, absolutely motoring around the Alps here in Fieberbrunn. Such a special experience for all the spectators here as they're just zooming across the Alps. It's incredible, the skill of this, the Red Bull skydiving team. These guys just putting on an absolute show for the crowd. Lucky enough to be here live. The Fieberbrunn crowd, the Austrians, they're electric right now. Of course, their home favorite, their wild card, young Max Hitzig winning today, and now these guys pulling the chutes and dropping right into the finish corral. Just unbelievable for these guys. All right, well, from all of us here at the Freeride World Tour and the crew on the ground in Fieberbrunn, we would like to thank you. A huge thanks to Anna Smoothie for joining us in the booth, and of course our special guest today, Craig Murray, joining us for the ski categories. We are wrapped up a spectacular day in Fieberbrunn, Austria. This place delivers every time, and we are so grateful to be coming here. And on we go. The Freeride World Tour moves on to the grand finals, the Extreme Verbier, coming at you, window starting March 25th. From all of us here at the Freeride World Tour, thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.